If you have any questions during the presentation, we are moderating the chat. So put them in the chat. We'll do our best to address each and every one of them. We'll save about 2-3 minutes after each expert speaks so we can address those questions. Now, if you are having connectivity issues on Zoom, we are broadcasting this on YouTube as well. All right, so let's jump right in. Chris, Graham, Nate, Alex, Kane, Lance, and Roger, how are you?
Fantastic.
Good.
Doing well, thank you.
I'm doing great.
I tell you how much I practiced that.
Excited to be here.
You know, it's a tough day today with the markets down so far.
Yeah.
Right.
We're all just struggling with all the red out there, I think is the issue.
On that note, real quick, guys, how do you think is this a sustainable reaction? Were you guys super impressed with the inflation data, or is it, in my opinion, I think it's a little bit mixed, where market was happy to see a little relief, but I'm not super impressed with the fact that we're still at 3+% inflation. I don't know. It was kind of mixed in my opinion. So I'm watching some levels. I think the 600 SPY is one important level to watch. I think we have some technical corrections. I'm not sure if we're going to be screen sharing at all. But Sarah, I don't want to steal your thunder here, but if we're just going to start asking questions, I just thought for the group, are we impressed with the PPI CPI combo this week? Is this all good things ahead, or little caution? I'm just curious.
I think we're
I'm
still
all
moving.
about 2% positive every single day. So I don't know why you would even guard against that, Chris.
Yeah.
Plus 2% every day, 2025. Let's go.
You're trading Fartcoin, right? That's your 2%.
That's right.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Well, I personally think that we're going to have some problems getting back up. I think the earnings will have to be really good, and they'll have to overcome a lot of the garbage economic data and the bond market that we're getting right now. So
sure.
We need to overcome some technical levels. We need to get above the 50-day on the SPY, which is where we're at right now.
Mm-hmm.
And the bond market is not making me the long bond is not making me feel warm and fuzzy about this at all. So I'm cautiously optimistic, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was the top of a downtrend. I mean, we really need to see these numbers spruce up this quarter.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Roger, what do you think about the 10-year falling so hard? Kind of the inverse of what it did yesterday.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm not. I mean, I'm not looking at the 10-year or the 20-year. I'm looking at it just over the course of the last several months and where it's been. I don't really look at the 10-year day to day, but over the course of the last several months, I think that it's showing us a pretty ugly picture of where we are. And a lot of people don't realize the bond market is what gives the stock market its directional bias. And right now, the correlation between the long bond and the stock market is in the 70s, which is not good.
Right. So, historically, that's as high as we've ever been. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. So I don't like any of it. I don't like any of it too. That's why I think the numbers have to be really good this quarter to make Wall Street really excited. And I don't know if that's going to happen or not. We had the tech giants. They've had 2 quarters now that they've issued pretty grim forward-looking statements. So it's really, I don't think we're in an environment where we were a year ago. I think we have to be a lot more cautious, especially first half of the year.
Buying
I don't think
protection.
Apple's going to be great on the earnings side. With their iPhone shipments.
A lot of stuff is price perfection, in my opinion. They lowered the bar pretty lightly. Consensus wise, I mean, I've been watching, how many stocks percentage wise in the Nasdaq S&P are over the 50-day moving average. And right now, I think on the S&P has about 24% of stocks above the 50-day. Nasdaq has about 22%. I'm actually looking at that as a bit of a timing indicator. If we start to see 10%, 11%, that's a really low reading that historically has signaled some lows in the market. I posted some charts, just clean kind of channel corrections in the SPY QQQ. I think this is a CPI move that gets everyone excited. I could see the upside possibly this week into like the 599, 600 zone in the SPY, but to me that's a lot of resistance. I'd be surprised if we get there, but that's right back into the holiday highs too. So bulls have a lot more to prove, in my opinion, like Roger was saying. So yeah, and plus this is a monster gap, fellas, to fill. right? Today's gap is like so easy that if the bears are licking their chops, that's an easy one to take back if they want to. So there might be some resistance ahead. This move gets faded. We have MLK Day and inauguration on Monday, which is why we're all here today as well, talking about does Trump have the impact in the market. So Sarah, do you want to go around? I know we have like limited time. We have so many people in the room today. Do we want to start talking through our favorite trades?
Yeah, you read my mind. So I was actually going to call on you first, Chris. That way we can cover what your expectations are when Trump takes office, and what's your number one pick for 2025?
Well, so I'll start this way. I know we have a couple minutes, per panelist here. One of my favorite trade strategies is one where I'm basically putting on a bear trap and a cash secured put. So it's a lot of people might know it as a 1-1-1 trade. I've been doing that on a lot of stocks that have good liquidity and high premium. So for example, I did one this morning on let's see what I did one this morning on. I did one this morning on Nvidia was an iron condor. Netflix. I had a trade on Netflix this morning. So I bought a 700 put, sold a 690 put, and then against that, I sold a 655 put, and a 185 put was an out of the money hedge to lower my overall credit. But here's just the mechanics of the trade. I collected $2.75 on the credit. So that's an income trade for me. I have a 95% probability of profit. The odds of assignment are probably like 8%. I am willing to take shares of Netflix. I've got the cash to do it, but I've got credit up front. If price is below 690, but above 655, that's a profit trap of $1,256 a contract. And I'm willing to own the shares. And if I did take ownership of Netflix, that'd be at 624, which off of the recent all-time highs, 624 would be way down there. And that would be about a 33% discount. So I don't expect to take assignment, but if I do, I'm going to repair it. We'd have to get Netflix all the way back down below the 200-day moving average. So I'm not saying that's my favorite trade of the year, but it's one of my favorite strategies I've been doing a lot of the last couple of weeks. So I'm basically putting in a bear put spread, and I'm starting these around like 20 delta. So I have a bear trap opportunity, and I have a cash secured put on stocks that I want to own, willing to own. But a lot of these trades are 90+% probability of profit, solid like $2, $3, $4 income trades. And if I don't get the assignment, I just keep the income and I do it again. I'm doing a lot of these for like 45 to 60-day expirations. I know this is, maybe talking where strategies like don't make sense for a lot of traders out there, but I'm doing a lot of these strategies. Now, one of my favorite picks for the year is natural gas. Whether that's a fan favorite or not, I know the last couple of years, natural gas has been called the widowmaker for a reason, because we haven't had any upside. And then finally, we are seeing that USO is ripping higher. We finally saw the 200-day broke on US oil, on oil futures. And so UNG is the instrument that I'm trading, and we are higher on UNG. I did a diagonal spread on this trade. This is one of my favorites for right now. I went out to 2027. So 2 years from now, and I bought a $5 call, which is dirt cheap, and it's deep, deep, deep in the money. And I'm selling against it the April this year 23 call. So the trade itself, my break even is I paid $11.25 for it. So 5 plus $11.25. My break even is $16.25. It gets called away at 23. I make $6.75 per contract. And if I don't get it called away, I'm just going to sell another call against it another 30 to 60 days out. I'm going to try to lower the debit overall. I think natural gas has plenty of room. If you look at UNG on the stock, I'm looking for the price to at least get to like 21.50. I'd love to see if we are entering a bit of a buy market here, finally breaking the 200 for the first time since 2022. There's a lot of upside potential into the $24, $25 window. So it's not something I want to hold long term. I'm essentially taking a diagonal spread and looking to generate some income. So that's one of my favorite trades. That's, non-index, non-Mag 7, maybe the energy, a bit of a diversification trade. So UNG is one of my better plays right now. I think there's some good income as far as return on capital. If I make, $700 out of 11.25 debit, I mean, that's a 62% return on risk over the next like 2 months. That's pretty good for that position. And I think I have a lot of 5 and 10 contract trades running for my accounts. So UNG, kind of a or a non-correlated trade. And then I've got hedges all over the place, collars on a lot of my own positions. The 1-1-1 strategy is one of my favorite go-tos right now. And that being said, I'll pass it on if we're done.
No, sounds good. So since you were going about a mile a minute there, as far as your speech there, your number one stock, if you could just repeat it, just
Yeah, so the trade that I took, it's not time sensitive. If you want to trade UNG, that is the natural gas fund. And so I'm doing a diagonal spread. So all that means is I'm going out like 2 years to buy a call, and I'm selling against it. So I know that if I get the stock itself, or the call is going to be assigned, I'm going to exercise my long call with that. So here's the deal. I'm putting in 11.25 per contract on the debit side, and if I get it called away right now by April, if it's above $23, I make about $7 on that trade. So it's about a 62%. It's a 62% return on risk over the next 30 to 60 days, which is not too bad. So UNG is one of my favorites, like I said, just because it's a place where not a lot of people are looking. I've been watching that stock for a while, and we've been in a bear market forever. You got to wonder what the winter is going to look like for like Europe. Europe. The U.S. is one of the biggest producers and delivers of natural gas to the Eurozone right now. So if it's cold winter, polar vortex, then I would assume that energy prices are more expensive. Natural gas would possibly be more expensive or in demand. So the price gets driven up, and there's a lot of squeeze potential on natural gas since it's been beat down for a couple of years.
Okay.
So
all right.
just to play.
Chris, I'm going to have to stop you there. All right.
All right, thanks,
you about 6 minutes.
Oh, man. All right, thanks.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. We're going to pass things along. Thank you so much, Chris. Next on my list I have is Graham Lindman. What are your expectations when Trump takes office and your number one pick?
Cool. I'll try and fly through some data. I'll share a screen. I'm a big screen sharer. Let me pull this up. Oh, no, that was my last screen I was going to share. So real quick, going back to where we are in the markets. This was a cool little seasonality chart or data table I found earlier last week. One thing I highlighted here, just ignore the rest of all of this. It's cool stuff. We cover it in my Thursday morning sessions at 10 a.m. But down here, this one I highlighted for you is the first year presidential cycle when we have a Q1 low below the December low, which just happened last week. So if we have a Q1 low, this month is lower than December's low. We want to look over here to this red side. Typically, that means the markets only finish the year higher 36% of the time. So already right out to kick off the year, it doesn't look so great. That said, I'm not a bear. I'm not calling for a crash or anything. But right now, seasonally speaking, first year presidential cycle, not great odds. Average return in the S&P over the year, 3.7%. So that's just something to keep in mind. This is another thing that I keep sharing with folks. And I think if you guys are here right now, you should take a screenshot of this, print it, put it on your desk. It's really cool. We followed a chart similar to this last year during the election cycle. But what you're looking at here is the seasonality of the S&P 500 in the post-election years or the inauguration years, which obviously we're in right now. This green line right here is the average S&P trend every single inauguration year on average. This red line here, however, is when a new party is coming in or the incumbent party loses. So that's the case we're in right now. And we've been following this line. It's kind of mapping up or matching up with market momentum right now pretty nicely. I don't expect it to be, follow this to a T, but loosely using this as a guide. So it predicted this January dip, maybe a small bounce back here in January. But as I'll show you in a second, I think we're going to see new lows in the markets before we see all-time highs. And that also follows along with the presidential cycle. Now, that said, something cool to keep in mind here is during that second quarter or March, April, and May, looks pretty bullish here. And also, if I pull up let me look for this real quick. Sector seasonality of the S&P, that matches up pretty perfectly. So I expect some chop. I expect some more drops here. January and February, but March, April, May, seasonally, across all years, it looks very good. And in this presidential cycle, it looks very good as well. So that's just something to keep in mind here, as we go about this year trading. Now, for my top stocks, I gave you guys, I know we're supposed to do one, but I'm just going to speed read through about 10 stocks, really 5 that I'm focused on. The first 2 here are kind of the, I had a cool word for it. I can't remember what it was, but the buddy stocks to Trump. So we have Tesla, which is Elon Musk, obviously, in his back pocket. Tesla's been really great. We picked it back in November with when Trump won the election to just say this is going to be one that's going to ride momentum with Trump. I think that we're going to see more doors open for this company, maybe some more subsidizing. Also, something really cool that I'll talk about briefly here is the whole energy sector. I think we're going to see a major transformation there with nuclear. I think we're going to see red tape get cut. I think we're going to see more developments than we've ever seen before. And it's going to be like its own sort of technology, if you will. And Tesla's going to really benefit from that as well. Actually, Elon and Trump did a podcast back in October, I believe. And they both came to the conclusion that this EV stuff, all the sustainable energy can't move forward without nuclear. So now that they are kind of in office together, I think we're going to see that continue to grow. The most recent bandwagoner is my man Mark Zuckerberg with Meta, who's jumped on the Trump train late, but better late than never. I think this could be a legitimate shot. This company it's obviously a very big company. It's one of the largest companies in the world, but it's not the size of Apple or Microsoft or Nvidia. I think that this one still has a lot of room for growth from a new product front, from social media front, also from just partnering up with who's currently in the White House. That said, looking past those stocks and to the nuclear energy that I was teasing at, one of my biggest holdings is GEV. It's a spinoff of General Electric. It's their energy company. They've done a lot of research and development in SMRs and nuclear reactors. Again, we hear the word nuclear and we think World War II, and it's really scary. And it definitely obviously don't want to make it sound like it's no big deal, but from an energy front, it's the cleanest, most effective energy source we have. We've had the resources to roll it out for a while now. On a more global scale, but it's been buried in red tape, and rightfully so. You don't want to blindly go, throw nuke plants all over the world without knowing what you're doing. I'm sure we all kind of got an idea of how that can go south really fast. With that said, I think with the current political office that we have, I think we're going to see restrictions, regulations get pulled back faster than maybe if Kamala were in office. So I think these nuclear stocks are going to be really red hot. Oklo is another one that we've been trading. We bought it at $8. It's at $25 a share now. Keep in mind, this is a good one. It's very speculative. This thing is very, very volatile. I think it's up 15% today. So it'll have days where it's down 10%, days where it's up 20%. All in all, we're up a ton on it. But just keep in mind, this isn't your S&P 500 stock right here. It's a more speculative play on nuclear. Another thing that I think we'll see continue to grow over the next 4 years and this year as well is the military stocks. One of my favorite defensive stocks is HWM. They do it's an aerospace stock. It's been really great. GE's been another really good one. Obviously, if you want to get more defensive, you can go RTX or LMT. I apologize if I'm talking too fast, but I'm trying not to take up too much time here. This is another really cool chart here. If you guys want to see how aerospace and defensive stocks typically compare to the markets. And why I love trading these stocks. Again, we've traded HWM, we've traded GE all year long for the last year and a half. Typically, also, they just perform better overall. They're kind of like my insurance stocks that do better year over year on average. So over the last 30 years, aerospace stocks average 12% a year. They're great investments, in my opinion. I love them. I buy them kind of up there with as far as outperforming the markets year over year. They're really solid, and I think they're going to do exceptionally well with Trump in office. So
okay,
that's what I got for you guys. I also put a PS here. I really love gold right now, but I'm not going to take any more time on that.
No problem. Thank you so much, Graham. You shared a lot with us. I'm going to go ahead and pass things right over to Nate for his.
All right. Well, I will not screen share or take 10 minutes, Sarah, or at least I'll do my best.
Thank you.
So there's so much to say about this. I'm gonna do something really dangerous, and I'm gonna ask the chat who all overall is optimistic about the Trump presidency as it's related to the economy. Not whether you like him or his haircut or his orange glow, but just optimistic. Give me a yes. Because I think there is definitely, I would say, a general optimism, and I think, again, not even politically, but business wise, and I think that will help move us into more of a melt up continuation that we've already seen in 2024 before that big correction. And it kind of coincides with some of the seasonality that Graham mentioned, where we might get some positivity until it can't really sustain anymore. But in the meantime, there's definitely momentum in both directions. And so if you follow me in Telegram, what I've been doing a lot is kind of these pair trades, these short-term pair trades, going long on the Qs and short on the SPY or vice versa, and trying to kind of hedge myself against direction when we get 2%, 2.5% moves in a single day. So as far as strategy, like Chris was talking about, that's kind of the strategy that I like right now when we're in this in-between zone. And I would say really anything between 575 on the SPY and all-time highs. So anything between 575 and all-time highs, I am in that kind of neutral, volatile, but not directionally sound. And so a lot of those kind of strategies make sense to me. Now, as far as directionally, I like energy. I think that Trump will try to deregulate as aggressively as he can. I think he wants to support AI. I think he wants Bitcoin to legitimately have a presence in the US, and a lot of those are very energy dependent. And so I like energy, and I agree that nuclear is the biggest opportunity, not just because I think it has kind of proven itself on all the data and the reports as the most viable energy source at scale, but because it has the most upside, because it has the most room to grow, because it doesn't already dominate. And so I really like CCJ. It's one I've been holding for a while. It's another one that's volatile. It can go down 15% in a week, and you just kind of got to grit your teeth and go through that. But I do like that it's significant. It has the most scale. And so if deregulation comes hitting hard in the first quarter, the bigger companies that have the most infrastructure, I think, will be able to take the most advantage of that deregulation. So for that reason, I think CCJ is well positioned. And right now you can buy it at a discount. And the same would be for natural gas as well. So OKE is another one, kind of a boring dividend stock, but still went up over 55% from the lows last year. So that doesn't include the dividend. And it gives you a little bit of a hedge in the sense that if the old school energy wins out and nuclear is kind of soft, you have OKE. If we go full deregulation and nuclear, kind of torpedoes, then you have CCJ. So I like both of them. I'm holding both of them. And I think they're both kind of nice, boring stocks that you can buy at a discount that don't have a ton of downside exposure, but still have really nice upside exposure. What I don't like is things that rely on China, because again, whatever you think about Trump, I think he's very serious about trying to apply those tariffs. And whether he'll be successful or just make relationships worse, one of the two is probably going to happen. And so I don't like stocks that are heavily reliant on China.
Okay. All right. No, makes sense. Thank you so much, Nate. With that being said, I'm going to pass things over to Alex.
All right, everyone. So I'm going to actually sort of be similar to both Graham and Nate. I think energy. Well, so really the crux of Trump's presidency is going to depend on getting the dollar down. So the dollar, let me share my screen here real quick. The dollar has hit a few days ago, it hit at 110. It was the highest level since 2023, I believe. Yeah, that was since 2022. So basically key to Trump's, if you want to increase American manufacturing, you want to increase American exports, you have to choose. Do you want to export dollars? Do you want to export gizmos, right? If you want to export gizmos, you got to lower the dollars. That's going to be critical to Trump re-inaugurating American manufacturing. So that's what he has to do first and foremost. Now, if he does that, this is going to have knock-on effects for a couple of different sectors. One, commodities, right? Commodities are all priced in USD. So falling dollars causes commodities to go up in value, typically an inverse relationship. It also has effects on oil, because oil is also the petrodollar. It's also priced in USD. So as oil, as USD falls, as the dollar index falls, right, oil becomes more expensive. It requires more dollars to buy a barrel of oil. Now, if oil increases, that increases the profitability. If oil price increases, that increases the profitability of companies like Devon Energy, which is what I am looking at right now. It's on a little bit of an upswing here. Devon Energy is one of the top leading oil explorers. Recently, they have been acquiring at a pretty solid pace, increasing their free cash flow. They're centered in the Permian Basin in Texas, which is the largest deposit of shale resources in America, one of the largest in the world. As their operations, as if oil does increase, and the dollar falls, I do foresee Devon being able to go higher. I mean, it's out of all the big oil and gas explorers, it's the one that is kind of farthest off of its all-time highs. I think it has way more room to run, so I'm watching that. And then I'm gonna piggyback on Nate and Graham. So I think nuclear is going to be huge in the next 4 years. In our WealthPin Pro portfolio, which is our buy and hold service, right? We actually got into Oklo at $10. We're up 152% on that baby since we recommended it about a year and a half ago, I believe. So I think that Oklo still has more room to run. I think that it's sold off a bit from its all-time highs. I would say this actually is kind of a good buying opportunity for it. I think it's going to hit its about $32 highs again. SMR is another play. NewScale. NewScale is not as it's not as well capitalized as Oklo. They had a big project fall through about a year and a half ago that kind of sent their share price down. But I do think that long term, they're positioned for basically the new phase of nuclear energy is going to be small modular reactors. It's what Oklo is working on. It's what SMR is working on. These are not the 3 Mile Island sized, Eiffel Towers that you see, on the skyline. These are small. They're block size. They can provide quicker nuclear energy to cities. They can also be the idea is that they can be constructed in a Lego fashion, right? So much more cheaply with mass-produced components. So NuScale and Oklo are two things I'm looking at. And also, to their point, to Nate and Graham's point as well, artificial intelligence. The current energy grid cannot handle the energy demands of artificial intelligence. It's going to have to be powered by something much more robust, and nuclear is where that is going to come from. Not only that, but I do think that if we're going on stocks that are allies to Trump, I think Tesla's good long-term play. Graham, I also like a company founded by another Trumper, Peter Thiel, Palantir. What we're witnessing with drone warfare is the same revolution in military affairs, right? As aircraft carriers were in World War II, all of a sudden the crazy battleships, right, that everybody spent billions of dollars creating could be killed, could be blown up by small aircraft launched from across the horizon. The battleship never even gets to fire its guns, right? Aircraft carriers changed warfare. Drones are going to change warfare too, because they can be cheap. We're seeing it going on in the Ukraine war. They're cheap to produce. They can rain death and destruction on traditional military units like armored tanks, and obviously infantry as well. They can strike behind the front lines. They can allow smaller nations to pack a much, much higher punch than they otherwise should be able to do, even non-state actors. Now, the company that powers the artificial intelligence for many of these drones so they can fly their missions is Palantir. Not only is it Peter Thiel backed, who is obviously an ally of Trump, but they are going to be front and center of the drone revolution. So we actually got into Palantir. Let me look at my notes here at $15, right? That's up 357% since we recommended it to our readers. This sell-off was, I think this is just a good buying opportunity for Palantir. I'm really long Palantir. I think it could be, we could get back to all-time highs of 85, even get into 100 over the next year or two. So that's mine.
All right. No, thank you so much, Alex. Well, with that being said, I'm going to pass it to Kane. You ready for us?
Yes. Hey. So what's really interesting is that we didn't really talk to each other about any of this stuff, or at least I didn't talk to any of these guys about this stuff. But it's really interesting to see how much we're aligned and how much we're on the same page. So I was also going to pick energy and utilities, but since basically every single person has said that so far, all I will say is that right now, Chris touched on this, Nate commented, actually all the guys commented on this as well, is right now we're in a somewhat uncertain period in the stock markets. We don't really know. It seems like that stocks might be flat, maybe slightly up, might be slightly down throughout the entire year, but that just means that your money is not going to flow as much into the stock market this year. So how do we predict the future when it comes to the markets? Well, some of you have heard me talk about population and policy and procedure in the past, so I won't go over that. What I will say instead is that money goes to where it's treated the best inside of the markets. And basically, where are we going to get the best return? And one thing that will always be true, something that I can easily predict, is that the direction of money flow. The direction of money flow is always from consumer to producer. Always. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, it's always going to flow from consumer to producer. So what we want to look at now is that money, how much is it going to be able to flow in 2025? Do we have a strong consumer right now? And my answer for that is no, not really. And we're seeing that reflect in the choppiness of the stock markets. So we want to look for assets that are not highly correlated to stock markets. Things that are a little bit more independent of it. So for example, energies and utilities are not hugely correlated to the stock market. So that's another reason why energy stocks are a great pick. So I'll just give you my best pick for energy stocks right now. I like all the ones that these guys mentioned so far, but right now, timing wise, position wise, I think WMB is really great one at the moment. And in terms of utilities, VST. So Chris talked a little bit about bullish percentages, a percentage of stocks below or above a certain average. Utilities are at a very low, partially due to the California wildfires. Once that hoopla goes away, what we'll find is that utility stocks offer a really high yield if they're going to get sold off. So their yield in terms of their dividends will increase greatly, and that will offset some of this of the high yields that we're seeing in the bond markets. So that's the reason why I picked VST. So to kind of go off theme and to adjust, because so many of us said the same thing, what I am also looking at is the policy of Trump. What we know or what we see is that their tariffs are coming into play. We are repatriating, we're trying to repatriate industry and manufacturing into the United States. And we are kind of trying to downsize the government a little bit. We're trying to get rid of this work from home type of stuff within the federal government. And we're seeing that at the banks as well. And we're seeing that in industry as well, in overall American business. So I am bearish on work from home, and if we're going to reverse globalization, so we're repatriating everything into US, then the stocks, most of the stocks that are good for work from home are also good for globalization also. So it's kind of a double whammy against this work from home type of industry. So I'm not super prepared because I was going all in on energy. I'm not super prepared to give you great stocks for work from home, but one that comes off of the top of my head is Zoom. And there's also a sector ETF called WFH, work from home. So you can take a look at that and look at the constituents, because not everything in there is specific work from homes. There's things in there like Workday and Salesforce that will still be very strong with a strong e-commerce. But those I would start picking out the weakest ones and the ones that are most exposed to work from home within that ETF, and potentially go short on those.
Okay. All right. Awesome. I mean, it's a good thing that you guys are on the same page with energy. I mean, that only makes it a stronger pick. You know what I mean? Instead of everyone being in their own little room there. So no, thank you so much, Kane. With that, I'm gonna hand it over to the man in the red glasses who's been eating since he's came in, Mr. Lance. Can you hear us, Lance? I cannot hear you.
Give me
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Well, yes, I was eating. Well, I will say my favorite sector to short is energy now, because everyone is long energy.
Exactly. We're too crowded now.
So now I'm going to load up on energy puts. I mean, that's an easy trade because, again, just do the opposite of what everyone's saying. I mean, be the contrarian, but I mean, energy is kind of hard to short because it's, going to go up mostly if the market goes up, and nothing too crazy. But as I talked
kind of
about on
walking back your
Telegram
big
today,
claim.
the quantum computing stocks up almost 100% in 2 days. So follow the YouTube videos. What's the question, Sarah?
The question is, and before I ask the question, you do have 5 minutes to answer it.
Oh, joy. Can I have a smoke? No.
First question is, what is your number one trade pick for 2025, and what are your expectations after Trump takes office?
Well, my number one trade pick is, can I talk my book or do I have to give a stock? Because my book is all crypto right now. I love crypto. Graham, Nathan, I love the crypto stocks. Riot, is my new
Everyone knows you
favorite.
as an income and a crypto trader, Lance. You don't have to,
Yeah.
this is what you made your career on.
I love the crypto stocks because I've been buying calls on them. The Riot. I know Graham loves Mara, but I love the Riot. That one. But my top stock for probably the year is going to be wrestling again. I think it was Palantir last year. It went from like 17 to 75-ish. And then number 2 was TKO. I bought it around like 82. and I sold it, I think, at 115 on the Netflix deal. But now we're 144. So I think TKO goes to 200 a share. If you, no one's familiar with TKO, it's WWE and UFC. Um, the Linda McMahon is now head. She was Trump's small business in his first term. Now she's the head of education, which is interesting, but hey. So, Trump was at WrestleMania back in the day. Linda McMahon is the wife of Vince McMahon, who got caught with his pants down a few times. So now he is kicked off, and hence why the TKO Endeavor Group bought TKO, because basically Vince had to sell shares because he got in trouble. But now the after the new leadership with the new realm, you still have, so you have Dana White, who's a big Trump supporter, head of UFC. As Graham mentioned, he just joined the Facebook board of directors. Zuckerberg is now, leaning more libertarian. Obviously, Dana White's a big Trump supporter. The new head, Nick Khan, big Trump guy. Ari Emanuel, the show Entourage was after him, based out of him. He was a big lefty with Kamala, and now they've switched over to the right. So you basically have the whole team, combat sports. They're going to be very, right wing. People, they skew mostly, obviously, Joe Rogan, commentator for UFC. So I like TKO. The stock hasn't even really dipped, even with the market sell off. So that's my top stock of 2025. Behind it, Dogecoin, Dodge, Riot, whatever crypto crap you could pull out of thin air, I think will go up. Because, apparently there were some rumors yesterday about Trump doing an executive order on crypto his first day in office. It might have been a pump and dump, but I mean, the crypto stocks are rallying. Buy calls, close your eyes, don't look at them. It's good advice.
I think that's a good cue to read the disclaimer again, Sarah. After buy calls, close your eyes.
And for everyone who said I hate crypto, I have my Dogecoin. I'm up 21.5%. And when did I buy it? Someone checked Telegram like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Sarah, you got to save us from this.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Better late
Obviously,
than
don't
never.
bet the
Okay,
farm on
so-
investment. Crypto's a pump and dump. Half the
Okay, guys,
companies are
so I did see
fraud.
there's a question. So Lance, I'm gonna have to interrupt you because there is a
But
question.
hey, just
Um,
if
Sarah,
everything goes good, crypto goes up. When
Let me
everything
see.
goes to bad, all the crypto and all the high flyers go down. So obviously use proper risk management.
Okay, so question for our gurus. A question. So in the chat, someone wants to know, how do you guys feel about Nvidia and quantum computing right now? Everyone has like, what, a minute? You think that'd be a good?
NVIDIA is fine. Quantum computing, good luck. I think you're going to get all the hype, and it's going to be a potential like quick bubble. My thoughts on this year is I want to be less of a stock picker and more of an index player. I'd rather play indexes and sectors to eliminate some of the volatility. I'd rather diversify away some of the volatility. I think this is going to be a wild year where traders make money. Bull market geniuses don't. So I like NVIDIA because it's easy. It's fairly easy to play. It's super liquid. It's top 3 companies in the world. I think we're still going to pull back to the 120, 115 handle before we make all-time highs again at 153. So I own NVIDIA. I've got a collar trade in. NVIDIA to me is an easy way to play. Mag 7 on the quantum computing side, any AI infrastructure. I hate to say it, but Mag 7 is an easy way to play as well. Call me conservative, but quantum computing, I know they're up a ton, but I don't feel like chasing or FOMOing on any of those tickers. That's me.
All right. Any other gurus have a comment on that before we move to the next
I
one?
unfortunately I
go
messaged
ahead.
Nate. Oh, sorry. I messaged Nate on January 7th and said we should put a bunch of puts on RGTI. Of course, I didn't. Next day, I was down 50%. So I missed out on that one. But yeah, I agree with Chris. There's no reason to FOMO into it until it gets a little more legs.
Yeah, I like NVIDIA. I still hold NVIDIA. I don't think there's any reason to get like super bearish on a stock that, it's not like it's a hype meme stock. It legitimately has incredible liquidity and amazing earnings. So I don't think it like falls in that category. But I probably do side with Graham. I'd say a little more on like, I think Apple got a little like shadowed in the background because of Nvidia. And if I'm picking a winner on the Mag 7, I'm probably picking Apple. But yeah, I think, we're talking about phenomenal, amazing companies, not like meme stocks that could, go to zero. So
Yeah, I think the quantum sector is a hype sector. You can trade at your own risk. You could get rich. You could lose it all. I mean, we saw how Jensen's comments at the NVIDIA keynote basically sent it into a 50% sell-off. Now it's up 50% on Microsoft, saying that they're staffing up for quantum computing. What I will say is interesting is that even though Jensen did kind of throw a rain parade on the quantum sector, they are hiring quantum engineers, and they do have job postings for quantum engineers. So I think it's, if you have a couple of free cash, you just want to, throw on a big bet. It's kind of like the AI was maybe 2 years ago.
by the way, just Roger, the chat is defending you. They think we've skipped you. Guys, we didn't skip Roger. We were saving him. Don't freak out. Roger, they're defending you en masse. They think we've skipped you. The army is coming for us. Guys, we didn't skip Roger. We had a plan. We're saving him. Okay. He's going to get there. I promise. I didn't know if anyone else had comments on the NVIDIA thing, but I wanted to say that's okay if we do that before Roger, because we have a plan.
Yeah, guys, don't worry. Gizmo's not going to be replacing me. It's fine.
Well, I think that's a good place to give the people what they want. At this time, I'd like to ask Roger what you think is what your expectations are, for Trump when he comes to office and your number one pick. And you are muted, by the way.
That's why it's been so quiet here. All right. Well, thank you for having me, and I'll be very brief. Basically, I think that two things that are going to happen. I do believe that there's going to be a lot of deregulations. I think there's going to be a lot of things happening that are going to be ebb and flows over the next several months. With that said, right now, if you look at Trump, he's going to take office very, very soon. And, he's hard on the surface, but he's going to soften up pretty soon. And he's going to do everything possible to get California, Los Angeles rebuilt soon. When you're building, the only way to get materials is through shippers, through trucks. So what I believe is going to happen is I think we're going to see massive deregulation for speed limits, truck tax, prices, emission, everything relating to the trucking companies over the next several years. And the stock that I would pick for that is KNX. That's a shipping, one of the largest shipping companies, ticker KNX. It's right above the 50. It just broke the 50-day moving average today, actually. And I like that stock long. And non-regarding that aspect, and the next thing I think Trump is going to do is I think he's going to be really good to banks. I think he's going to deregulate a lot of the rules. He's going to get rid of a lot of. I think we have a big bloat right now in the federal government, and I think he's going to help undo that. And I think that's going to tremendously help the banking sector. Therefore, my second pick is JP Morgan, which is making a swing high today after earnings. So the two stocks that I really, really like is KNX. I think the trucking companies are going to do very, very well, and I think the banks are going to do very, very well. Now, so those are my two answers, and I do agree with what Graham and others said about Tesla. I completely agree with that. I think that's a no-brainer, and if you guys recall, that was my New Year's resolution. Now, before I let you guys go, I want to give you an opportunity to join me for something. I'm going to share my screen here, and I'll be very brief. I promise I will not take a lot of time. But this has become so popular that I thought I'd share it with you guys. So I'll take a few minutes to do this, and if you like, afterwards I can answer any questions. Before we log off, one more thing. We've been talking about our number one trade idea for 2025. But what about our number one strategy for 2025? For me, one of them would be something called weekly turnarounds. Just a little over 5 years ago, an unusual pattern jumped out at me from this list. And ever since then, I've placed about unlocking these weekly turnarounds, all by placing a single trade at a specific time right around the last half hour on Monday. Our results so far has been 96 issue trades, and we have about an 80.21% win rate. In the last couple of months, we've been on a very hot streak. We've had 10 winners out of the last 10 trades. They've been doing really well, which could have led to cash in your account to start this year strong, about $9,000 in profit in about 2 months. It all started with hidden, what would be in a random line of numbers, exists a very powerful market force that's been around since 1927. And we closed these within a week's time. For example, take a look at Home Depot. Back in July, the stock looked to be making a comeback up more than 10% from its recent lows. But on Monday, July 18th, the stock market had some negative news, as you could see right here. The entire S&P 500 took a bloodbath. Home Depot shareholders were down nearly 2%. Negative economic news may have been a good reason to sell for everyday traders, but thanks to this little-known Monday afternoon phenomena that I'll share with you in a few minutes, the stock did a complete turnaround, riding higher all week long. And the options were up 43.7% in 5 days. Now, I'm sure a lot of folks never get the opportunity to take this Home Depot setup, as conventional wisdom would have kept investors at bay. But thanks to this odd-looking sheet, it's clear that the best setups from this strategy happen when stocks are literally falling on Monday. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. And all you have to do is place a trade Monday afternoon, then close it out within a week's time. All in all, ignoring the dozens of noisy things that we've all talked about and see in the market that Kramer talks about pretty much every day of the week, by simply following a true trend behind the weekly turnaround. Now, the only secret is to take advantage of the only market force that I know of that's been proven time and time again. Now, this worked through the Great Depression, World War II, 1970s, 87, 2000s, Great Depression, 2020, 2022. Now, let me ask you, what other strategy has worked since the 20s, okay? All you need to do is find a true trend on Monday, about half an hour before the closing bell. And that's exactly what the system does. We avoid earnings within 2 weeks. We focus on stocks in the top few sectors. We aim to target stocks with really strong relative strength, and we use a custom indicator to get that overbought, oversold level. Now, unfortunately, I'm not going to go into all of that, and frankly, it's proprietary. But all that matters is we're able to target a strong stock with the deepest discount possible on a stock targeting a true trend. Just like Marathon Petroleum. On Monday, September 26th, to the regular Joe, the stock looked bad. But for true trend, it was clear that MPC was trading at a massive, massive discount. 330, it was way below Friday's closing price. The RSI2, which is you could use this instead of the proprietary indicator if you choose, it was below the buying price. No earnings, strong sector, strong stock, really good relative strength, confirmed that my proprietary indicator, it was a true trend stock. And by Friday, the options were up over 100%. Now, right now, I don't know if there's ever been a better time, especially with the market doing the hanky-panky it's been doing on us. And live 96 trades, or 97 trades, I believe now, because I think we just closed another one. Yeah, we did. It's over 80% accurate. Now, when researching this phenomena, I wanted to be 100% sure it wasn't just some cockamamie bull market trick, but a strategy that works in all conditions. So we tested it above and below the 200-day moving average to make sure that it does work. And it actually had better results when we were trading below the 200-day moving average. The point is, it's not really that direction intensive, okay? Very, very important. Now, right now on live trades, we're actually doing better than what we were thinking we were going to do. We thought our profit factor was going to be 1.61. It's actually 1.62. And on the stocks, it's actually over 2. And that's why I urge you, don't let another Monday go to waste without taking advantage of this indicator and system that works all the way going back to the Great Depression. And today you could start with your first trade, the True Trend Pro. I expect around 4 trade alerts every single month. You'll get them at 3:30 p.m. The True Trend alerts are designed to take advantage of the weekly turnaround setup and avoid all the noise. You'll never have to guess how it's working because we have a portfolio tracker that has everything you need in it. And so far, those are the actual numbers. And that's not including the trade we took profit on either yesterday or this morning. In fact, last 11 trades have all been winners. And we made about $9,000 with a small account in the last 2 months. Now, we've sold boot camps that cost a lot more, and I'm going to give it to you for free. This was a 2-part masterclass. I'll show you how to use the class, and you can actually mimic it and try taking some trades yourself. Also, you'll get a 15 module crash course on everything, how to understand options. And we charged one company $20,000 for this exact same course. I'm giving you a 14-day money-back guarantee, full 2-week money-back guarantee. During those 14 days, if you don't agree that it's worth it, call us. We'll give you your money back. This has worked all the way back to 1927. This is not a new program. This is something we've had close to 100 real-time trades on. The retail price is $19.97 because of the hot streak and because of the win rate and because I'm a nice guy and it's January and I'm doing something really cool. I'm going to give you folks an opportunity to start the year on a good note for 95% less than the retail price. You can get 30 days. You can get it for 30 days, $97. That's right, $97. All you've got to do is just go to the link. Let me just give you guys the link here. And sorry about that. Got it right here. Take advantage of this. And I really appreciate all of you guys being here. And, very, very kind of you. Here's the link for that.
We're
There
getting
it
a lot
is.
of good feedback here in the chat, Roger.
Very cool. Very, very nice. Well, we try. It's not going to be on for very long. And I feel kind of bad. There's all these other guys here, and I don't want to take a lot of your time, but this is a really good service. It's a great subscription. I don't know what my best service is, but this is a really good service. Most folks don't like to show their results after a couple of years. We're actually showing them to you on the cover page. The medium hold time, 4 days, the win rate. I mean, this is about as good as it's going to get. And this is real numbers. This is not some, back tested results. This is real strategy, real numbers, and highly recommend it. And I'm going to tell you another thing. You're not going to get this at $97. This is a premium strategy. Highly, 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 highly recommended. And let me just come here. If there's any questions for me or any of the other gurus, please feel free to ask. I'll be more than happy to answer. And I'm sure Kane and Chris and Nate and Graham and Lance will be as well. Please let us know. Lance got a cigar.
Roger,
there.
what trade
That's
did you
cool.
close out today on True Trend?
I don't know. Matt, did we close out today or yesterday on True
I
Trend?
saw someone in the chat mention you did.
We did. I just don't. We've been doing so much trading the last 2 days. What was it
BSX,
today?
right? Yeah.
Oh, BSX. Okay.
Yeah,
Got
it was BSX. Yeah, it was BSX.
30%. Nice.
Yeah, it's been a pretty busy. It's been a pretty busy day. We've been doing a lot of stuff here, and we've been day trading and this that. So my mind is all around all the different things that are happening right now. But the bottom line is, it's $97, and it's $97 for 30 days. We'll give you 4 to 5 trades. You could see how you like it, and hopefully, if you like it, you could stay with it. And if you don't like it, you don't have to stay with it. But my point here is, I want you to be happy. I want you to be satisfied. I don't want you to get into something that you're going to regret. And my goal is for you to make the money after you spend the $97 till you make enough money to cover that $97 and cover enough to cover your membership for the next year, which would be really, really great. If you want to upgrade, it's a little more expensive, but this is a very, very solid program. This is not like a program that I'm avoiding and I'm just selling it to you on the cheap. This is a really, really good program. Yes, you could either do stocks or you could do options. And you could see here that the results are look at the profit factor, 1.62 versus 1.69. They're virtually identical. You could see the win rate. They're the same for both. And you could see the average and the median. So, and one thing this will tell you is you don't really need to rush into these trades too much. Obviously, I mean, you got to get into them within time, but if you get in a couple hours late or if you get into it maybe the next morning, you should be okay. You should be all right. And again, you'll be able to get this through one click, SMS alerts, Telegram, email. It's all there. And like I said, this is not where you have to really hurry. And yes, we will be selling this for $19.97 for a year. This is what the regular price will be. And this year, I plan on raising all of my programs, including the Pit and the Pro Trader Dashboard. My goal is to get those up to $10,000 because I believe they're really worth it. But this is a program you could still get at a at a really good price. It's a program where you can live a life, you can exist. With my programs, I'm glued to the computer screens. I literally just ordered another monitor, computer because I need 6 monitors and my video card broke. But you know, you don't have to be like me. You can take it easy. You can have a life. You can have kids. You can have a family, and you can actually do all this stuff because from 7:30 in the morning till 4:30 in the afternoon, I'm literally glued to this chair, and most of you know that pretty well. So I kind of envy some of you who have, like I was talking to Chris the other day. He was talking about strategies that take, he doesn't have to be in front of the computer all day. It's great. It's great when you can do that. So, but again, this is one of them. You place a trade on Monday and you get out by Friday. Not a lot, not expensive. The options are cheap. It's 1 trade a week. You could do this in your IRA account. You could do this with calls. You could do this with puts. Actually, it's just all calls. So it's even less obligations and less knowledge on your part. And if you don't know how to do all that stuff, there's a members area to teach you how to do it. You don't. Sorry, go ahead, please.
Oh, I was gonna say I saw a few people actually say they're completely new to options, never traded it, super intimidates them. This is a great program to start. You have how to do options. You have Roger's help. He gives out his email. You guys can contact him all the time. You have your constant trade rooms, your morning sessions. You can figure out how to do options really quickly if you hang out with Roger. That's
yes,
my
you will. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, you will. And again, I don't do very complicated, I don't really do very complicated options. I do very, very simple strategies. I buy calls and I buy puts. I'm not that adventurous. I'm not nearly as adventurous as a lot of other folks. You're not going to see me doing iron condors or anything like that. And yeah, Kathy, you can get yearly and you can get lifetime. I don't know what the price is, but if you get 1 month, maybe Nate knows, I'm not sure, but it's a really good price. Well, it's only you're getting it for 1 month. It's only a 30-day subscription, so 14 days is actually a pretty long time. It's actually, somebody said 14 days is not a lot of time. You're only getting a month subscription, so the 14 days is actually half of that time. So it's a pretty long time actually. It's totally different than Stealth Surge because Stealth Surge takes seasonality into account of the particular stock. This takes the seasonality into account of the broad market, of the entire market, and the natural propensity of the market to have a very low consolidation day Monday, as I call it, a rotation day Monday. Tuesday through Thursday are really good days to trade directionally. Mondays and Fridays are, so this takes advantage of it. Hey, Adam, how are you? Eagle Beagle, that's my name for him. Eagle Beagle, how are you? And yeah, look at that.
I was going to say, I was in the live workshop when right before you first introduced True Trend Pro, and it kind of combines, from what I understand, it kind of combines seasonality and a algorithmic way of looking at the markets. And so ends up being a very easy and repeatable process. So it is simple to trade, simple to understand. And it's like there is a very set procedure, so you're not left guessing. And the same for coming up with the trades. And you actually have a way of measuring the probabilities of the trade before you even issue that, if I remember correctly.
Yes. Yeah. So and again, it's really, really straightforward. It's really easy. And I promise you guys, it will be it'll be the easiest way for you guys to trade that you could ever imagine. I mean, it's really easy. You buy a call, we give you the strike price, we give you the expiration, we give you absolutely everything you need to place the trade, and you guys are good. And also, people here will tell you I respond to my emails. Unless I'm in class here, I respond to my emails extremely fast. And I will answer any and all questions you guys have within minutes, as long as I'm not on a class or, it's not Saturdays, I'm a little slow. But I'm very responsive. I genuinely, and, like Graham will tell you, he knows me well. Kane will tell you. Nate will tell you for sure that, I live for this stuff. I'm really focused on the market.
You got all the t-shirts too.
I'm sorry?
What'd you say, Graham?
I said you got all the t-shirts to go with it too, Roger.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I got the t-shirts too. So yeah, and yeah, so folks, I'm very committed to your success. I genuinely want you to succeed, and I want you to do really well. And I'm going to give you everything I can to help you do that. That's what. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. I was going to say, if any of you guys like my stuff, you'll love Roger's. He was the one that actually trained me. So Get all my market knowledge
You're
and
giving them a hack to just cross right over. No, I
just
think
jump
it's
right in.
I think it's awesome. Obviously, the Roger doing this special offer wasn't really initially part of our plan here, but we got all this great feedback, and then we said, "Oh, we're gonna have all these people live. Let's have Roger extend it one more day." So thank you for doing that, Roger. I know we kind of put you on the spot to do that today, but I know Sarah wants to get to a couple other questions in the chat. Before we do that, just curious in the chat, how many of you guys like doing this? I know it's a little chaotic with this many people all online, but was it valuable to do it all together and just kind of go rapid fire with big market opportunities like this? I'm just curious on the feedback as we kind of plan our next discussions. But I'll hand it over to you, Sarah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And while they're giving us our feedback in the chat, if you gurus don't mind just kind of recapping your number one stock picks and putting that in the chat too, because a lot of people missed it. Some of you guys talk super fast. So they just want to recap what your picks were. And that way we can also take some questions now. So I know one question I did get here where the impact of liquidity on the market. What are your opinions on that?
Do you want us to
Anyone
go in
can take
order,
this one.
or do you want anyone to respond? Like, how do you want us to do this?
Well, okay. Well,
Roger,
I
you
like
get
how you asked me that. Thank you. Graham, why don't
I think Roger and Kane should go
Yeah,
on
let's
that
go,
one.
Roger.
Okay. Roger, you
Liquidity on the market. Well, I'll tell you exactly how. I have a lot of thoughts on that. So far, liquidity has been going really, really low, but money hasn't been really going into other assets so much. And so what I'm seeing is I'm seeing a lot of money going into cash right now. There was actually like what did I read? 7.4 or 7.8 billion taken out of TLT the other week. So it is bothersome. And what's really bothersome to me is that assets like gold and crypto are not picking up. At least, well, crypto maybe as of today, but generally speaking, the last few weeks they haven't been really picking up the slack very much. So, in my opinion, I think liquidity is going to pick up. I think there's a lot of uncertainty right now. I think part of it because we have a new administration. I think everybody's cautious, but I think we are going to see a pickup in liquidity as soon as the long bond and the short bond start moving in the same direction, which is something we have not seen since the Fed has started lowering rates, which is complete irony, but I'm not going to go there. That's my answer for that.
Okay. All right. Kane, did you want to jump on to piggyback or anything
Sure.
additional?
Yeah. I mean, well, liquidity is everything in the markets, right? That's how, in order to have a well-functioning market, you need that liquidity, and that's part of the challenge right now. That S&P just keeps on chopping and is a high volatility chop. So we do need to wait until that liquidity comes back or that volume comes back into the markets. And I think Roger is spot on. Money has left to a certain point out of the markets overall and into cash. And when we start to see a weakening dollar, then that will start to change. When we start to see those rates balance out, like Roger was saying, that'll start to change. Right now we have money market funds at pretty much all-time highs. From what I remember, they were pretty close to 5% on a money market account, which is crazy. So until those interest rates balance out, there's not going to be a lot of incentive for people or for investors, large institutions, to take their money out of a money market account and put it to work inside of the markets. So we do need to see those interest rates start to balance out. Even when that happens, though, I do have a feeling that 2025 is going to be a higher volatility year. So we'll just have to get used to more volatility and just being okay with. So one of the things that Roger loves talking about is stops and how they're not that great of a tool when it comes to trading and investing. So you're going to have to get used to widening those stops or not using them at all and find a different way of managing your risk. So we did talk a lot about predictions. Today, predictions are about what you can see happening in the markets, and risk management is about what you do not see coming in the markets. So you definitely want to have that proper risk management in place and strategies that are other than just a simple stop loss.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you both. Do we have any other questions in the chat? Deanna, did you see any on your end?
Oh gosh, with this chat, it got pretty busy. No, I think that was it. Did anybody have a question that we might have missed? Let us know in the chat real quick.
Yes. And there were a lot of them. So if you do need to retype it, go ahead
Yeah.
and so we don't miss them.
And I'll talk about mine if anybody asks me tomorrow in the morning show. So don't feel free like you missed out. I'll talk about it plenty. Just ask me tomorrow in the morning.
And it looks like somebody said you're also brilliant. It keeps like jumping up in the chat, so I can't see who. I'm sorry. But hey guys, everyone says you're brilliant and wonderful.
Well, thank you.
And speaking of, if you guys did miss anything of today's session, it is being recorded and it's live stream on YouTube. So the link is in the chat. We'll paste that once more. You do want to rewatch this session, it will be on YouTube.
And folks, let's all thank Deanna and Sarah for putting this shindig together for all of us. Right? Great job, ladies. Absolutely fantastic job. You did a great job. Thank you.
Well, this is a question for Roger too. Sorry to drop that, but somebody wants to know what's your average price on a trade for True Trend Pro?
Oh, I would $200-300. They're not expensive.
Yeah, guys. When we say this is something that's appropriate for people who are getting like started, this is why we picked it. As Nate was saying, this is a great program that if you're still kind of new, this is an amazing thing for you to get started, especially for $97. I mean, I can think Nate can do the math for me real quick, but like how many cups of coffee is that? Like that's just your morning Starbucks run, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not expensive. It really isn't expensive, folks. I mean, it's a great deal. I'm not going to sell you hard on it because it's $97. I mean, and it is a premium program that costs $19.97, and that's the regular year price. So I would highly recommend. Angie, how you doing, Angie? Angie started with $400, so it's not a lot. Angie sent me some great stuff over the holiday. Thank you, Angie. And I think there's a question for Lance. Can Lance explain his last message?
That's a great question. Can Lance explain his last message?
So,
I'm
junkie
curious to know
stocks.
as well.
Oh my God.
Junkie
Yes, fine. Go,
stocks.
go, please.
Yeah, so the junkie stocks, or the junk stocks as I call them, basically kind of like what Kane said, when there's volatility, you're going to have a lot of stocks have a high ATR, so they're going to move a lot per day. So if you're used to, let's say, stocks $10 and putting a stop loss, let's say at 950, you need to expand that to maybe $1 instead of 950 or so, because you're seeing it's much more common, especially like in the small cap stocks, to move 5 to 10% a day than it was 4 months ago out there. So as volatility increases in the overall market, it's also going to equate to individual stocks. So you might be saying, why are energy stocks moving 2 to 3% a day? They usually move 0.5% or 1% a day. And a stock like Halliburton or Schlumberger or Devon Energy or Chevron or Exxon, that's important to recognize. And then if you're trading options, the options are going to be reflected in those prices. So if you're, a lot of us have programs to where, we're very actively trading. And one of the things, and Roger may noted this, is, if you want to have a life and not stare at the computer screen all day, it's a great time to do that. Let Roger, let Kane, let Chris, let Nathan kind of do the work for you to where you get the alerts. And then when you get the exit alert, log on. Don't get caught up in, oh my God, the market's up today. I need to go buy stocks and then the stocks fade. And am I doing something wrong? You're not. That's just the current environment we're in, where you're going to see, and you've probably noticed this. Oh my God, the futures are down pre-market. Then they rally. Oh, tomorrow they're down again. It's really important to not get too caught up in the day-to-day action and try to be forward-looking, not just on the headline news, like quantum computing stocks. They're junk stocks. NVIDIA CEO Zuckerberg said, they were junk stocks. And I say that not junk in terms of like the companies are going bankrupt, but they're junk stocks in terms of junkies. They're moving 40-50% a day or so. So keep that in mind when you're trading. You don't want to necessarily go and chase and have that FOMO that's so hard to avoid. Try to be the contrarian. Like, let's say you see Bitcoin, right? Graham has a Bitcoin program. You see Bitcoin down 3-5% in a day, and you see Riot, Mara, MSTR, Mr. down 5-7%. You should be looking at, hey, if these names are selling off, are these names I want to try to swing trade for the next week or two and buy some calls on the dip, because it's not uncommon to see these stocks move 5 to 10% in a day or so out there. So To really summarize these thoughts, try to really focus on scaling down size, trading small, especially if you're new, like Roger mentioned, and there's questions, what are options? Can I do options? This is the best time to learn and get educated on the market dynamics, follow price action, follow the market eternals, brush up on your education, see how calls move in regards to a percentage of stock moves, especially when you start getting earnings as we are over the next few weeks or so. It's just really, really important to not trade huge and go crazy, which I love to do, and trade the crazy stocks. But we had some users in the chat say, day trade, take your profits, you're up 10, 20, 30%, scale out some, leave some on, just so you're seeing how your P&L moves intraday and day to day in regards to how the market moves. And then once you start picking up those repetitions, then you could start scaling to when we do get in a trending market. Because right now we're not, and we haven't been really all year, right?
I think a point that goes hand in hand with what you just said, kind of with the volatility and what Kane said, is on the stop loss point. I mean, I won't get on my whole soapbox about why I hate stop losses. That could go on for a while, but I'll just flip the narrative and say using targets right now, I think is a no-brainer. Put a conservative target, whether you're trading regular calls or spreads or whatever, and let the volatility help you. You got to trade on. You're going to sit out there a week. You're probably going to get some plus 2% days, some plus 3% days, some craziness in between. Throw a target on your trade. Don't get too greedy, and let that whipsaw and that volatility juice take you out of some winning trades without you having to manage it or get your timing exactly right or nail time decay. I think that's just one of the easy ways to boost your odds, even in the market goes nowhere. To me, that's one of the best things about spreads, about regular options. You could trade for a month where the market goes nowhere and hit 20 winning trades just by having some targets in there get knocked out in the volatility. Assuming, like Lance said, you're not chasing and buying the highs. So I think that's something, Kane just kind of slipped that in there about the stop losses, but I actually think it's a super important point. Don't put levels out there to cost yourself. Put levels out there to take some money off the table. And I think this volatility will serve you a lot better.
Awesome. And actually, guys, there's a question from YouTube that any one of you can answer. What's the difference between an ATR and an expected move? Bob, I just gotta say hi. Yeah.
The expected move is what the market makers are predicting how far a stock will move. The ATR is actually based on a certain length of how much the stock has moved historically, depending on what you have your ATR set to. So the expected move isn't necessarily historic. It could be, massive because earnings are coming up or for other reasons. It's a predictive pricing model versus the ATR is an actual historic calculation based on the movement.
Okay. Thank you. That was really all I saw from YouTube. I'll let Sarah continue taking over.
Okay. Well, there's a question right here for Lance. It says, will your warped approach work with most of your other shadow trades?
Yes. It can. The only, I would say, the longer dated stuff is not going to be as sensitive when you do it, just because you're selling an upside call against it, and if you get a big move, the upside call can go up more in value than let's say the at the money option. But yes, especially too as we start getting in to the earnings season, and it will help you stay in a trade longer, which can be to your advantage. And to give you an example, like we had yesterday in our scanner trading JP Morgan calls, the stock did nothing, quite frankly, on earnings. It went green, then red, and was kind of flagging, doing nothing. By doing the 250 and then selling the 255 call, it got me into staying a little bit longer than normal to where I had a nice gain. Obviously, if I would have stood in a little bit longer to the close, even more. But that goes into another kind of element of trimming down risk, where you're doing a smaller debit for the trade, and it's going to really combat that volatility that we're seeing, especially as we start getting into Netflix, and I call it a junk stock or a junkie stock because it can move, 50, 60, 70, 80 bucks on earnings. You just don't want to blindly go and buy it or buy a call in it, and then it only moves 20 bucks, and you're like, hey, why am I down 90% on my call options? So what we'll do too in the future, I know publisher Nate's real big on education, is we'll try, and Roger's got his room during the day, we'll try to really focus on education, literally as much as we can, hand holding through the volatile markets, and especially as we get into earnings. We have bank earnings, which you already saw banks move pretty big. 5% move for bank stocks, pretty big. But as we start getting into next week with Netflix and some of those Mag 7 stocks, you're going to start seeing wild swings in the market. And you're going to look at correlation. How does Apple and Meta move? How does that affect the NASDAQ and the NASDAQ futures? That's going to be something to really keep an eye on today. I know we've been talking a lot about like small caps, equal weight S&P, RSP, or you can look at the ETF RSP as a gauge and see what's performing better. Is the S&P? Is the NASDAQ? Is IWM? And drill down the why of what in those indexes are moving that's affecting it to move so much. Is it just Google? Is it just Tesla moving the NASDAQ? Or is it internet software stocks, right? Is it the whole sector moving? Or, what's driving the Dow lower? Is it, UNH? Is it some of these stocks affecting the Dow, dragging it down? You're really going to start seeing that with earnings to where you might just say, oh, the market's up, but why are a lot of stocks down? So really drilling down and focusing on that education, I think will be really good and valuable, especially if you're new here and not too experienced with markets. You're in a real good place to learn about market and market dynamics, especially in this first month of 2025 with all the craziness we are seeing, from wildfires to now what are they, freeing hostages, to Trump taking office, to bank earnings, to tech earnings. You're in for literally a roller coaster ride. So we're real happy you're here with us.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think in one of Roger's sessions where he was talking about education, if you're new and you don't want to, play with real money just yet, paper trade.
Paper trade.
Use
Trade
a
one contract.
Yeah.
That's what I always say. One contract.
One
That's the
contract.
best way to do it.
Yeah, because education's more important than anything else. And then that bounces right off where risk management too. You want to know what you're doing because you are dealing with real money at the end of the day.
Right.
But yeah, go ahead, guys, put them in the chat. We're still doing questions here. Let's see here. Okay.
Oh, we got one. What is the difference between average true trade? Sorry, I cannot read. Average true range and average true move.
You guys want me to answer that question?
Sure.
Anybody else answer that question?
Yeah.
Average true range is the ATR. That's the volatility, the expected volatility of a move, and the actual expected move is based on the actual prior day's moves. That is implied in the implied volatility. So it's just the opposite of kind of like what Lance was saying, but just the opposite. There's really two ways to measure volatility. There's ATR and implied volatility. Those are the best. And implied volatility is substantially better.
Yeah, I agree. And you can always look at the at-the-money straddle, or if you're using a broker platform like Thinkorswim, it will give you the MMM if the name has earnings upcoming. That'll be market makers move on the earnings event. Or you can look at the at-the-money straddle depending on which expiration you're looking at. So if the stock's, let's say, at $100 and the 100 calls are $2 and the 100 puts are $2, the market maker move for that week will be right around that $4 mark or so, or the at-the-money straddle.
Okay. Sorry, my screen's going crazy here with the questions. Just keep popping. Give me 1 second here.
Administrator, it just depends. It depends on your trading style. It depends on what you're trying to accomplish. If you're day trading, I wouldn't be trailing anything. If you're position trading, I would recommend it. If you're swing trading, it just depends on what you're trying to accomplish. It's not a hard and fast rule. It's about what you're trying to accomplish and what the stock or the asset's doing, and then what the market is doing on top of that. So it's not just a simple you do this or you do this. If it was that easy, then algos would be, we would have algos doing all of this.
And Roger, you could probably agree with this. Sometimes the trailing stop looks really nice in like a back-tested stock setting,
Yeah.
but then you get into real markets with volatility and bid ask getting wide, and all of a sudden those stop losses, especially if you're trying to trail anything
Yes.
reasonably tight, just cost you so
Yeah.
much money on the
I've
table.
I've never had any success trailing stop losses.
Same.
I've never had any success. And that's on stocks. On options, it's practically impossible because
Right.
I mean, you know, the volatility. So
And also one thing that you can do is you could always pull up implied vol on your chart, and a stock like Graham mentioned, Oklo or SMR, some of those crazy nuclear stocks are going to move a lot more than, let's say, a stock like Coca-Cola or so, right? So no one approach fits all different, fits all stocks. Each stock is going to be different. Like Nvidia is going to move 2 to 3% a day. That's an inside day for Nvidia, right? So you shouldn't be using such a tight a stop loss on a stock like that that you would, let's say, a stock, that's maybe a boring like a Dow stock or like a Chevron or something like that. And one thing I've been doing, and just a little tip, is if you're, getting kind of chopped up with the market, or, you letting your emotions, I've been getting stickers, and you could, whatever you want to do on your monitor, to where every time where it displays my P&L, I put a sticker so I can't see my P&L during the day. Like I literally can't see it on my monitors. I'll put a sticker or I'll put a card or something over it so it won't affect me when I'm looking at, oh my gosh, I'm down X amount today. I'm not going to take this, or I'm up so much money on this trade. Let me take profits. I'm trying to cover it so I don't see the P&L fluctuate from day to day, or from minute to minute out there. And it really helps out, I think, from a emotional point of view. So we're not letting your emotions dictate the way you're trading and such.
I was going to say, Kane, you have a similar strategy for PNL too, right? For your whole thing.
Yeah. So basically, what Lance was saying is, professionally, you learn not to trade your P&L, right? You don't make your decision based on how much money you're making or you're losing, and so that goes to your trading plan. You have a preset idea or preset action list that you're going to take if certain conditions get hit. So that way you're basing your decision on price action and not how much you're making or you're losing. So the way I do is I mark up my charts. So I have levels that I draw onto my charts specifically. Okay, well, if we go over here, then it's not the same thing as stop loss. Some people think that what I'm talking about right now might sound a lot like a stop loss, but it's not. It's if the market reacts in this way, then my opinion about this trade is going to change. And if my opinion about this trade changes, that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm closing out my position. It just means that I need to change my action plan. So it's a lot easier to do that if you have your action plan pre-laid out than it is to try and decide in the moment. And if you are looking at your P&L all the time, that emotional reaction to that P&L could cause you to throw your action plan out the window. So what Lance was saying about covering up, that's a great idea. Removing those P&L columns from your brokerage platform, or that little window, just being able to hide it. Some brokerage platforms let you hide that window and just not look at it at all. And that way you don't make that decision, because it is easy. Like even me, if I see a P&L, like, oh, I should take profits. Like we made it, we've only been in this trade for a day and it's up 55%. Let me take profits. Well, Lance said a little bit earlier that one of his new strategy allows him to stay in longer. One of the worst things one of the ways that people lose out on profits the most, actually more than a losing trade, is actually not staying into a winning trade long enough. You lose more profits that way than on losers. So being these little strategies to help you stay into that trade for as long as you plan to are excellent.
I think it's a really good point, Kane, because some of I think the most harmful like talking points or like cliches are like, oh, you'll never go broke taking your profits, or it's never, like all that kind of stuff that goes out. And then when you actually try to apply that to trading, it turns out you go broke real quick. because you start taking little wins here and there, and then you don't have a similar strategy for your losses. So like the risk reward's totally out of out of whack because it's not like the same common sense says, oh, cut your losses at 5%. It's like no, just always take profits. And I think people hear something like that, sounds great in theory, and then you go over the course of a couple months of trading and it really backfires pretty bad.
Right. Well, we're going to just do a few more minutes. It's 4:26 now till 4:30. We'll do some more questions if there are any. Okay. And in the meantime, any last words from our gurus? From what we talked about today, whether it's about the expectations. I know you guys don't have a crystal ball of knowing what's going on. Anything you wanted to tell our audience?
Wait a minute. Did you say crystal ball?
Oh, I stand corrected.
He has a crystal ball.
I have a crystal ball right here.
Okay.
And I'm not afraid to use it. No, just kidding. But thank you. I'll start off real quick since I already interrupted you. Thank you all for being here. Please keep an eye on China. China is the wild card for the next 3-4 months.
Agreed.
Not Trump. It's not tariffs. It's China. China. Be very wary and be very, very careful because they're sneaky and we don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, Graham, I didn't even get to
that
ask you on your Meta call. Do you think TikTok goes down, Meta goes up? Is that part of the process there?
I mean, in theory, that would probably work. Granted, I don't know if they're going to let that happen.
Yeah.
I think we'd see a massive uproar of all the 15 to 25-year-old people in our country.
Jeez. And we have a question from Rich. I'm not
My wife
exactly
included.
sure what the TikTok thing is. Oh God, there are so many questions. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm like trying to scroll in. How do you guys feel about taking profits at close, or do you prefer open? I think that's what the question's trying to say.
The open, always at the open. Profit taking is for the open and getting into positions is near the close. It's always been my way of doing things because you get gap ups in morning and gap ups are gifts.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who knows me probably already knows the answer. I have a whole strategy built on the fact the market usually goes up overnight. If there's one net advantage in overall markets, it's that they trend up and make most of their moves overnight to the positive side. So, of course, I think the advantage is with you. If you have a good position, close it the next day.
And there's actually a very practical reason for what Nate and Roger are saying. Is like if you're a professional money manager, you get your cash desk needs time in order to tell you how much cash you have available in order to invest. So you're not investing your money as an institutional professional trader in the morning. You need a few hours for them to prepare that number for you. So you're doing most of your entering of positions in the afternoon. That's when the pros are doing it. So you probably want to do the same thing. And then early in the morning, I see my cash outflows. I see people who are taking money out of their accounts, taking money out of the fund. And so I need to fund that. And so I need to liquidate positions in order to make cash available for those people to take out of their accounts. So you probably want to do what the pros are doing. So that's getting into positions in the afternoon and exiting in the morning.
Yeah,
And then
I
I think
agree.
the
I
other-
usually like in the right at the open cashing out. And then also too from an emotional point of view, you don't have to worry, oh my God, what's the stock going to do today? I still go back to that example with Nvidia. I think it was last week or so, where they had that huge gap up on their event and then the stock just sold off straight down. And that can just obviously not only hurt your P&L, but from an emotional point of view, you think you're a genius. Oh my God, I have Nvidia calls. It's up so much. And then, 30 minutes later, you're like, how's the stock red on the day? What? And then you're down 2-3%. Your calls are down 80%. And it's like, what did I do wrong? You didn't do anything wrong. Technically, like you had everything right. The stock went up, but it just sold off right at the open. So if you don't, have an automatic exit or exit at the open, it can really kind of damper your mood. And then you're left hoping and wishing the stock goes back up. And that's not a spot you really want to be in.
Yeah, I think the other question from Rich was basically the market kind of slowed into the close today, potentially with profit taking. And so what does that mean for tomorrow? I think, Roger, you already answered. You said it really has nothing to do with the weakening price action. It's more just going to be what kind of earnings and stuff we get overnight that, drive price.
Yeah, earnings right now are controlling everything. Right now, it's very difficult to rely on technicals. You have to rely on earnings, and we just can't. That's a binary event. We can't. I personally can't predict it. So be very careful. Be very, very careful right now.
Yeah, and that's also a good point to make. If you're, most option expirations, unless you're doing weeklies, you're going to capture the company's earnings event. Like if you're going out till February on most expirations, 90% of the companies are that's going to capture the next earnings catalyst. So when you buy those options, you're getting that implied move for earnings, and especially if you're trading on the scanner or something, that's going to be the catalyst event that option is capturing. So let's say you're usually putting, let's say, $1,000 of risk per trade instead of putting 1,000, since the options have the possibility to obviously go up a lot more if the company reports good results, but also could go down just like that if the earnings are flat or the stock goes down. It's good to scale down your position size so you're not left, hoping and wishing that, oh man, the stock has to go up now post earnings because the options are going to die because vol is going to come out because the catalyst is earnings and now it's over. So there's no more unknown out there. So definitely scaling down size ahead of earnings events, or if you want to play them like I do, you know, do something that is very, very short term and very, very cheap. And like, so if you're wrong small. And if you're right, you're going to win big, but you're not betting the whole farm, hoping earnings are perfect because, one note of the conference call that the CEO, one line, the stock could be up 10% to down 10% in a flash.
Okay, we do have a question for Nate in regards to how does Nate avoid the big loss that rarely occurs in your just mentioned strategy? I think you mentioned it a little earlier.
Oh, I take the loss. So, when you get a big gap down and ever recovers, people who know me know I kind of go on this tangent. I don't mind taking 100% losses on options. I don't mind using the option as a stop loss, especially trading spreads. I kind of use the spread sometimes to give me the most amount of time that it can make a move. And if it fizzles out and never makes that move, I'm totally fine taking 100% loss on a spread. So it's not the most comfortable answer for some people, but it doesn't bother me one bit because part of the strategy for the way I trade spreads is basically to put myself in a position where it has to make a move, usually hit a target. And the best way to give it the most time to make that move, in my opinion, is to leave it open and be willing to take, whatever loss is required. And I think, the testing that we've done over the last couple of years confirms that pretty strongly that if you try to manage those trades with early exits versus just giving them the maximum amount of time to hit a target, you end up much better off taking those occasional losses, but giving the trade maximum amount of time to hit the target.
Okay.
Yeah, and you're doing cheap options, so you don't have to
Right.
worry about, putting a $800 option or $1,000 contract on. If you're doing, like a debit spread like Nate was talking about, you're already reducing your risk as soon as you put the trade on. So your potential loss is a lot smaller than just doing the outright call, for example.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think people sometimes kind of like skirt around it. But for me, it's part of the beauty of those trades is what Glenn said. You can get in cheap. You can be willing to take whatever you pay for it as your risk, and then give it as much time as possible to hit a target.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you. And I think this question's a good one to end on. At what point, and this one anyone can answer it, at what point do you think a person can quit their jobs and dedicate themselves to trading? Do you guys have any advice?
When you're rich and wealthy and can retire automatically, because your first couple, I would say, years or so trading, you're going to lose.
The only person who can answer that question is you.
Yeah.
And it's different for absolutely different for absolutely everybody. And it's absolutely impossible for us to get into your head and to get into your psyche and answer that question because it's absolutely different for every different person.
Yeah, I would say you have to be able to be a good loser before you can do this to, I would say, support yourself full time. That's why I say if you're already rich, wealthy, and you open an account with 50 grand and that you never have to touch that money. If you lose all that money, it's not going to change your lifestyle. yeah, but if you're doing it and you're saying, hey, I need to make this money to pay my mortgage and this, don't try to do this right off the get-go and be 100% your only source of income out there. And that's just,
And
being real.
And I can say for
with
me,
you.
the answer is easy because I haven't quit my job. So I still have a job running here in this company doing
Running
what we
us.
do. So I
Yes.
feel very comfortable saying, yeah, sure, maybe you get to that point, but unless you're an active day trader and you want to stare at your screens 8 hours a day, you're probably going to want something else to do anyway. And
Yeah.
I think the added income ends up being pretty nice.
I think the cool thing is that all of us on here have pretty great trackers, great records. We make good picks, and we all have at least one service at a minimum that you can do in the background where you don't have to quit your job. You can place a trade and tune out. It's not like you have to rely on one source of income. You can have it working for you in the
And some
background.
people don't want to quit their jobs. Like I love my job. I would be doing here whether I was paid or not all day long, staring in front of a computer. So it just depends on the person. It's a very personal question. You can't it's like asking somebody when should you get married, or it's different for absolutely everybody.
And I have a practical way of looking at it so that people can consider. So like Roger was saying, it's going to be personal to you. But the way that I like to look at it is what if you are relying on your trading in order to make money that you need for your cost of living, then that implies every month you're taking a certain amount out of your accounts. So whatever that amount is, that is like a guaranteed losing trade every single month. 100% guaranteed you're going to lose that money in your account every month. So if that loss of a losing trade, the normal size of a losing trade is your normal risk allocation, then you're probably okay.
No, thank you. We're looking for any more questions. I do appreciate you guys answering that question there because it is a frequent one we always get. If not in this session, we've gotten plenty of times in previous sessions as well. Everyone wants to know, can I just quit my job and trade?
Usually when you see stuff like that, it's like Forex people on YouTube and everything with Lamborghinis and stuff. And it's in the background, there's a reason why they have a whole YouTube crew and camera and editor and everything making videos on YouTube and stuff like that. So don't it's like they say, don't believe everything you
Don't
see
fall
on
for
TV is real
yeah
or reality
yeah.
TV. Same with, especially like when you get into Forex trading and penny stock and all that leverage stuff out there. I would say the most conservative way to go about it is definitely trading options where you have a limit, where you're doing limit losses if everything goes wrong, if doomsday happens and stuff like that. So you're in good hands because we don't do any of that craziness, thankfully out there. We don't do,
Don't fall
leverage
for the
penny
banana in the
stock.
tailpipe.
Yeah. We're not traveling on our laptops across the world, opening up schools in Bali and stuff like that.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for helping me today, and so much for all of you guys. We really appreciate all of your time and all of your energies and all of your efforts. Thank you so much. Great session.
Yeah, thank you. And they never want you to retire, Roger. So you're good.
I'm not going anywhere.
Fiona, did you have any other questions to ask before we close out?
Yeah, actually, Nate is going to take over with something while I look up something. So if you guys want to just hang around for a hot minute, that's going to be totally fine. The rest of you can get off. Sarah, I'll take over with Nate.
Okay.
Oh, by the way,
yeah.
everyone talking about Trump and TikTok.
My God.
Apparently,
Okay.
he just said he's considering an executive order hoping to save TikTok in U.S. law from the Washington Post.
Well, there goes
And now you
Graham's
have
meta play.
I think
Meta's going down
It's
and
over.
stuff like
Yeah.
that. So when we talk about volatility and craziness of the markets, even right now after hours, you're getting it. So stay tuned for tomorrow.
Amazing. And yes, guys, this is also streamed on YouTube. If you're having any issues or anything, hang out there. And we're actually like backed up with calls about Roger's True Trend Pro. So if anybody cannot get through, leave your information, or if you're interested in what Nate's going to talk about, leave it for me and I will send it over to Caitlin, who handles all of this stuff. Another Nathan, probably equally as smart, says, "You guys are all the real deal. Appreciate each and every one of you."
Thank
that
you.
guy's smarter, Nathan.
Thank
Other
you,
Nathan.
Nathan.
Probably.
Definitely.
Probably got better hair too, more facial hair, probably a better tan,
Yeah,
better
but he doesn't have
van.
your pool glasses.
He doesn't have blue light blockers, probably has good eyes.
Oh, geez. All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you, everyone.
Great,
We'll
you
see
can hop
you.
off.
everyone.
Nate,
Thanks, everyone.
Hang out.
For those of you who asked, we were actually working on. Some people asked about the overnight trade. I have a presentation, so if you want to stick on, we can stream it for you right now. Sarah, I don't know if you have any other final closing thoughts, but I can
Yeah.
get
What's
that
up?
set up.
I'm gonna stay on, Nate. What is it about?
It's the overnight options.
you're talking about the gap up thing?
Yeah, so,
cool.
I know there's a couple unanswered questions about how it works, how we actually trade the overnight gap. So, if you want to stick around, we can just stream it right through here. And for the rest of you, thanks for jumping on. It was great. We had a lot of fun and massive audience.
Awesome. Well, Nate, I'm excited to see this. It was cool if I
Me
stick
too.
around.
Yeah, Nate,
You're
I want to
allowed,
stick
Graham.
around. I don't have anything till 5 o'clock. Was this
Oh,
what you were showing me in town when I was in town?
So this is very similar to the warped option. Kind of one of the reasons that, in terms of trade structure, one of the reasons that I got so excited about yours. But this is literally every day, and it's based on that phenomenon of the market that tends to go up overnight. It's kind of a simple phenomenon with a simple trade, and the combination
Can you share
is
us
really cool. So
show us that chart? Do you have it handy by chance?
I'm actually trying to find the video file for anyone who wants to stick on. I'll
Was
I think
show
we
all
you.
got
the
it. I think Deanna has it. She's about to stream it, but I just wanted to kind of.
Yeah, it has a little timer, so you guys gotta kind of hang around for just a
Was
few
this
minutes.
the one on the QQQ?
Is it QQQ,
Lance,
Nate?
you can't be giving away all my secrets, but no, it's actually the SPY.
No.
Oh, I
Oh,
like
that's good.
this one. Yeah, I like that.
This bad boy, right?
Oh, well, you found it quicker than I did. Yeah. So if you guys look, so the orange line is the overnight movement over the last 30 years, and the blue line is the during the day movement for the last 30 years. And I got to give Chris credit. Chris Pulver is actually the first one who was really talking about this. I think me and Graham had known about it. Celeste had talked about a similar thing, but then Chris showed it, and I was just thinking it's so crazy how massive the gap is, how big the advantage is. And I was already doing a lot of these trades, like I was just telling you guys, with the timing, put a trade on, put a target on, let the market gyrate if it hits. And so then I tried to piece together something that could take advantage of this overnight move, because as you can see, that it's so dramatically in favor of overnight in terms of the positive move. In the last 30 years, if you opened a trade, if you bought the market at 9:30, closed it at 4 p.m., over 30 years, the market makes basically no ground, which is insane considering the market's up thousands of compounded percent. But it's all because of the overnight move. And so when I saw that, I thought maybe I could just do what I'm already doing, but try to capitalize on this overnight consistency. And so started putting some testing together and then live trading it. And so for those of you asking, that's what I'm doing with the overnight gap. It's based on this phenomenon.
And the cool thing too, because guys, Nate took me through this. I think we actually did this presentation together.
We did
a while back. But the cool thing is, like Nate said, I've known about this for a few years. Celeste, who's my mother, actually showed it to me about 5-6 years ago. I tried trading it myself. I couldn't figure out how to do it. I think a lot of it's priced into the options market. Nate found a way to kind of backdoor what's priced in and find it. It's a really cool, unique way to actually take advantage of this that you probably won't find online on YouTube or Google or anything. But he'll talk you through it all. It's pretty unique stuff here.
And someone asked, do other tickers have that same phenomenon? The answer is yes. Cumulatively, they do. So if you go back through other tickers, you'll find that a lot of their moves happen overnight too. But the problem is they're not consistent enough to build a trade around. Because like Lance was saying, take Netflix, it'll have some 15% overnight moves and then some sideways moves, and all of that. But cumulatively, it's not going to be consistent enough overnight. Whereas if you take a broad index, you're going to see like almost 70% of the time it has at least a net neutral or positive move overnight, which is what we need. And there's a whole bunch of good examples here. Now, one of my favorite examples, which you'll see if you want to stick around and watch this, is some of the time when the market pops up during the day and then actually goes back down, because that happens too during the day. And so the cool thing is, when I was talking about like using targets and getting out of the market as soon as it makes a move in your favor, taking your profit and being on the sidelines, that also comes into play here. So it's kind of a perfect merge of some of the things we were talking about: volatility, that overnight phenomenon, using targets, getting out of the market early, all that kind of stuff. So if you want to stick around and watch it, I think it's really cool. It's probably what I think is probably the coolest thing that I've come up with. And so if you want to stick around and watch it, by all means, I think Deanna's going to get it streamed here, and hope you check it out. So thank you.
And now I've been chasing after this, holy grail of trading, if you will, for about 5 years now. I haven't been able to figure out, but Nate kind of put the final pieces together. And as you guys can see here, this overnight income project is a new way to target overnight opportunities every single day from the stock market, averaging right around $823 overnight on the winners. And we're not talking about winning half the time. We're not winning about 60% of the time. We are talking about 89.5% win rate. And we're going to fill you in on the live trade details here in a second, because the live trades have actually performed even better than that. So you guys know this. This is really important. The profits and performance shown, they're not typical. We don't make any future earnings claims, and you may lose money. Winners and losers are a part of the game. Now, the majority of trades today are from back-tested data, unless otherwise stated, in order to demonstrate the potential of the system. Now, on the back test, the average return is 5.3% overnight. So in 24 hours, you get to do that multiple times per week, with an 89.5% win rate, and the average winners being 16% overnight. Now, every overnight options trade, if you're starting with 5K, targets right around $823 every single day, and that's overnight. Again, this isn't day trading. You don't need a huge account to do this. We're talking about overnight gains here, $823 per trade. And every example is based on that same starting stake unless otherwise stated. However, you don't need that much to get started. The average cost per trade is less than $100. So you can be like Steven. He just mentioned he started with $150 and then over about 10 weeks grew his account to $3,200. So you can start small and scale over time. Now, obviously, we can't guarantee any specific future results. There's always a high degree of risk involved in trading. You can go to the website for more information on that. Now, my name is Graham Lindman, and earlier this year, I received an urgent call from options expert Nate Tucci claiming that he discovered a new way of trading. It's one that allows us to place a quick trade, wait no more than 2 weeks, and when everything works out, watch as the position automatically closes out with right around $1,250 more than 70% of the time. Now, after reviewing the data and placing a few of these trades for myself, well, I immediately flew Nate down to my home in sunny Florida to cut the ribbon on his all-new automated options. You may have heard of it before. Now, if you were there at the original groundbreaking ceremony, chances are you're loving the results of the live published trades so far, because they're even better than the original backtest. Let's take a look here. Art, a retired Navy vet, said, I've been able to win 5 out of 6 trades so far. Total return, profit of $4,650. Really enjoys the ease of placing these trades and the surprise you feel when it trade closes. Thank you, Nate. What about Carlos, who said, with 9 trades and minimal risk, my account has grown almost $5,000. Nate has been a great coach and a humble human being. Or Richard, he said, I took 5 trades, 5 automatic wins, total of $4,434. Love that I can set it and forget it. And guys, there are dozens of more stories, actually probably hundreds more. There you can see Q, Ed, Deb, Chad, everyone. Look at this, Sylvia, Steven, Sally, even Jeff said up $17,000 in the last 6 months. Now, as much as I'd love to spend today bragging on Nate's automated options, which are currently hitting with an 82% win rate on live trade alerts, well, this broadcast actually isn't about the fan favorite automated options. No, today we're talking about something that's much, much bigger. You see, thanks to a new set of data, an overnight market phenomenon that dates all the way back to the 1990s, we're now able to amplify those types of automated options results that you just saw, but do it in just a fraction of the time. As a matter of fact, all we have to do is place a quick trade before the markets close. That includes today. And if it works out, watch as it automatically closes out less than 24 hours later, overnight. Now, we're always targeting right around $823 on each trade. And the best part is, this isn't a once in a blue moon type of opportunity. It's not a once a month trade, not even a once per week. We get a chance to target these overnight returns up to 4 times each week. For example, let's look at what happened in August, just recently. Now, if you remember August, let's say things were they were not pretty at all. You guys remember this? The S&P took a 10% plunge, and the NASDAQ was down nearly 20%. People were freaking out. Bitcoin was even falling off a cliff. However, if you knew about this overnight phenomenon, none of that really would have mattered to you. Let's say someone was started out with $2,500 here. On Monday, August 5th, folks could have placed their first trade and automatically clocked out with $1,453 overnight. Then gone right back to the well, plopped down the next trade that same exact day, and this time $642 overnight. Rinse and repeat day after day. Wednesday, it's $2,171 overnight. And Thursday, going into Friday, we're looking at an extra $611 coming through the door. All in all, folks could have pocketed $4,878 in overnight income that week. That's nearly $5,000 that could have gone towards maybe the groceries, the mortgage payment, or even the savings account, all from clicking a few buttons each afternoon and watching as the position automatically closed out the next day. Now, of course, I want to remind you, not every trade will be a winner. In fact, losers are part of the game too. So never over leverage yourself with too much on the line, as that could be a recipe for disaster. But luckily, these overnight income opportunities have been hitting with an 89.5% success rate so far. That's like winning every 9 out of 10 days. And folks get to place a new trade each and every day the markets are open. For example, like the next week in August. While most of the investing community was fretting a recession, global war, and the elections, again, you could have tuned all of that out. Instead, tuned in on these overnight income opportunities, using up only a few minutes each day to take advantage of them. Now, let's say someone was twice as confident, 90% win rate, you might be pretty darn confident. Start with 5K. How would that fared for you? Let's take a look here. Day 1, 1597 overnight. Day 2, 1142 overnight. Day 3, $479 overnight. And day 4, to finish off the week strong, $328 overnight. Again, winner after winner. That could have been another $3,548 hitting the bank for most folks, everyone following along, and it would have happened automatically. Now, an extra $3,000 in the account might not sound massive to you, but for others, it might be a drop in the bucket. But either way, it's a needle-moving amount of cash, all while limiting downside risk as well. So if you're looking for a new way to trade, one that doesn't require a ton of effort, but has shown the power to pay almost every single day, then look no further. Because in the next few minutes, my special guest, Nate Tucci, is going to walk you through exactly how these overnight income opportunities work, the age-old market phenomenon that makes it all possible, and the newest options data set that could have allowed anyone to automatically close out with up to 89.5% accuracy. Plus, this is really important, he'll even invite you to trade the next overnight income opportunity live with him, targeting another 823 payday today. You can do that right here in a few minutes. So I want to welcome everyone here to the Overnight Income Project. Now, like I mentioned a moment ago, my name is Graham Lindman, and you might recognize me from my flagship strategy, the Perfect Apple Trade, which has reached over 100,000 people worldwide, or my favorite wrap orders, which have helped folks see doubles in their trading. Now, given my track record, given my expertise, I normally don't take trade recommendations from anyone else. But when it comes to Nate Tucci, I always listen. You see, despite having one of the most impressive track records I've seen in the world of finance, including publicly growing a $10,000 stake to north of $50,000 over the course of 4 months, and there you see the brokerage shot, plus earning another $100,000 plus this year in his investment and dividend portfolio. There you see the latest screenshot, $121,000. Despite all the success, you're not going to find him on Kramer's Mad Money. You're not going to see him on the Squawk Box or on CNN's Your Money. You're more likely to catch him hanging out with his family at the beach or a football game than in busy New York City. But even though he's not strapped to a desk on Wall Street wearing a suit and tie, he's been able to routinely deliver for folks over and over again across his strategy. As a matter of fact, I'm sure a lot of you guys are here now. If you have any good feedback for Nate, I would love to hear it right now. But let's take a look at what Carrie R said, one of his top students. Thank you for the last QQQ trade. This was my first trade and just closed with a 370% profit. I can't wait for the next one. Or Ken said, all winners in every trade. I'm averaging $2,500 to $3,000 per trade. Very happy with my results, as you might imagine. Definitely, Ken. And Dennis, who had one of the top stories so far, he said he's had 13 trades, 10 wins, around $7,000 in profit. I've been trading a long time and never really thought about the approach Nate teaches. I like the limited risk, and I really like the set it and forget it process. Don't we all, Dennis? And while we've enjoyed stories like that from his very best students, today, Nate is actually doing something totally different. He's supercharging his number one discovery, his number one tactic, and he's pairing it with what could be the most powerful market force over the last 3 decades. And it allows everyday folks to target right around $823 in overnight income almost every single day. And again, live, guys, in a few minutes, he's inviting you to join him live and watch over his shoulders as he takes the next trade right before your eyes so you can follow along if you want to. Nate, it's great to have you on today, and why don't you take it away from here, my friend?
All right. Well, thank you, Graham. That was quite an introduction. I feel like I'm blushing on the webinar so far. And I have to admit, I haven't been this excited about something at least as far as trading goes, maybe in my entire life, because starting today, we have the opportunity to supercharge what I would call my number one discovery so far, one that's completely changed my outlook on trading with the most powerful market force I've ever seen, kicking open the door for us to target overnight income almost every single day. Now, Graham, you already showed folks that, they could have seen some insane gains just stack up almost every single day in the first 2 weeks of August. But let's actually take a close look at what follows after that, starting with the week of August 19th. Now, I don't need to remind you of the panic in August. That's not that long ago. I'm sure most folks remember. Market and economic fears were exploding. Regular working folks just getting smashed by inflation. We saw that kept going up even as they predicted that it would go down. But with overnight options, none of that would have mattered because each and every day we have a new opportunity, one that's shown the power to pay out right around $823 overnight. That's what that standard $5,000 stake. And we get to take advantage of it almost every single day. So Monday, August 19th, let's say you start with the standard 5K there. Folks could have placed the first trade, automatically cashed out with $555 the next day, then done it all again. You place a quick trade that same day later on, $507 automatically deposited with the overnight action on that one. Day 3, same play, same story, another $507 overnight. And on Thursday, going into Friday, one more opportunity for overnight income. Sure enough, we hit it again. That one actually popped up a little higher and hit $1,343 based on our stake overnight. Now, our back test shows the incredible possibilities with these overnight income plays. But you all know, like any strategy, we'll say this over and over again today, winners and losers along the way, right? And just to be fully transparent, if you look at August, we actually had 2 losers over the course of August. So again, just full transparency, winners and losers along the way. But anyone who stuck with it, you put in $2,500, just over and over again, just follow the same systematic setup all month long, you would have ended up with $5,552 in overnight income in just that month.
Nate, that's an astounding number. And keep in mind, you're not talking about compounding or rolling the profits or anything like that. Just straight up, each and every day doing the same thing. Now think about it, guys. The average person brings home $4,960 each month. But unfortunately, in today's economy, that's simply not enough to really get ahead. And you guys know this. That's why we're seeing a lot of people living paycheck to paycheck, more than half of people. And it's even worse for anyone hoping to retire anytime soon. Recent studies show that thanks to inflation, $1 million in the retirement account just won't cut it anymore. That used to be the magic number. Not anymore. In fact, you'll now need an extra $800,000 in the bank just to retire comfortably. And that's left millions of people forced to delay their retirement 5, 10, even 15 years out. I know my father-in-law had to delay his. Now, Nate, as you've been saying for months now, this isn't the American dream anymore. We're living in the American nightmare. But by the looks of it, your overnight options could really start to make a big difference. I mean, in this example alone, you're looking at $5,552 in overnight income for the month of August, and that even includes the losers that happened. Now, I know that's not a retire overnight type of money, and that's not what we're talking about today, but that would have been enough to more than double the monthly income for the average person. So it's like working 2 jobs, but not having to actually work any extra hours. Now, that gives folks a little bit more freedom in their day-to-day life. And in the month of August, that could have meant maybe stashing $4,000 into the emergency fund, building up the savings. Nice. Booking a round of golf for you and 3 of your best friends at the local course. Hopefully Nate and I are invited to that round. And covering the tab for a delicious steak dinner after the round wrapped up.
Yeah, and it's obviously that kind of result, the ability to stack up over and over again, that get me so excited about overnight income. And I can't wait to kickstart today. I mean, the very first trade is literally, 90 minutes away, basically, from our very first opportunity. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to be inviting some of the people in here today with me to do it live, targeting right around $823 by tomorrow morning. Now, obviously, again, I'm never going to promise future gains, but given the 89.5% hit rate from the study and my personal live trading results, I'm pretty darn confident in our next opportunity. Now, listen, I know there's quite a few people out there who are concerned about the economy, what the government is doing, if we actually have a major recession right around the corner. First off, I want to be very clear that I think that's a legitimate concern. I mean, I've talked about this market being a melt up, a sugar high, a smoke and mirrors economy. You guys have heard me say all these things. And so I think anyone who's kind of concerned about when the other shoe is going to drop is smart to be thinking ahead. The last thing you want to be doing is holding the bag if the market starts to stall out like we saw in the 70s, or even like we saw in 2022, which, then you have an entire year or so just trying to get back to break even. But that's why the timing for overnight income project couldn't possibly be better. Not only is our money not tied up for months, weeks, or even days on end, it's one day in and out the next, avoiding a lot of the overall market risk. But it's also a new way for everyday folks to target a couple $100 or more nearly every single day the market is open, regardless of which way the markets are headed, up, down, or flat. And I really do mean up, down, or flat. We still initiate this trade 4 out of 5 days in the market. For example, let's just take a look at January when the markets took a beating. I mean, again, it's not that long ago. I'm sure you guys remember some of these time frames. If you started with $5,000 just over the course of the month, you're kind of invested in the broad market like most people are. Well, you're probably about break even. But look what automated or what overnight options did, just kind of banking in every single day. Okay, $533 there, $333 overnight, $328 overnight, $106 overnight. And then the middle of January, you just keep on rolling when stocks went higher. Okay, folks could have seen another batch of winners, $1,142 overnight, $328 overnight, $789 overnight. And to finish the month strong, keep going when the stocks were going pretty much nowhere at the end of January. Anyone could have followed along and just hit it out of the park again in the final week. $492 overnight, $1,985 overnight. That was a big one. $324 overnight. When you consider all the trades, again, I just showed you the market's selling off hard, then the market's ripping, then the market's going sideways. So you're kind of seeing all conditions there, which is why I think it's a great example. When you pack all those together, you would have been 16 for 17 for anyone who just swung the bat, set up the trade each and every opportunity, Monday through Thursday. And with only $5,000 in each trade, no compounding, no stacking up your position size, you're looking at $6,641 in overnight income.
Nate, that's an extra $6,641 in overnight income for the month. And again, that would be like having another full-time job without picking up any extra hours, without having to show up to work and have a horrible boss. Now, Nate, I know that you're a reasonable guy, and you are very clear with everyone that there's bound to be winners and losers along the way. So, folks, again, if you're expecting to win 100% of the time and become an overnight millionaire, this probably isn't for you. But for folks who are willing to stick to the strategy, weathering the good and the bad, there you can see there's a lot of good on that chart. Well, the results could have been really incredible. Again, $6,641 in overnight income. And keep in mind, folks, this exact example here would have happened when the markets were going down at the beginning of the year, then going up in mid-January, and then flat at the end of the month. Now, Nate, this seems like the perfect strategy in the current market we're in. Again, it's very uncertain. So why don't you tell us, how exactly does this trade work?
All right, well, before I show you how the overnight income project works, you first have to understand how it all started, which we've already alluded to, right? You see, a while back, I published a brand new strategy that hit the world by storm. In a nutshell, what makes this strategy so special and so unique is the fact that as long as we get around a tiny 1% move in the stock market at any point during a 2-week window, our brokerage should automatically cash out and pay us right on a 50% ROI on the trades. A shout out for any of you guys who've experienced some of these trades in your own account. I know I literally have hundreds of people who have made money trading this exact way. And here's probably the most important part. Even if the stock eventually drops, you cash out automatically, even if the stock eventually drops and you didn't correctly predict where it would finish. So again, you probably heard me talk about this. Automated options, shout out for those of you guys in the chat. Thank you for all you guys who are chatting in right now. I appreciate you guys. And this whole new way of automated trading, it gets you paid for a tiny move in the stock market. Again, I won't beat the dead horse now, but you guys have heard me say 100 times, the key is still getting paid when the market doesn't move a lot, because regular trading you have to hit these huge moves out of the park, which are just so hard to do. And it completely transformed investing for hundreds of folks out there, myself included. It's been the biggest game changer for my own personal trading.
Well, and Nate, the stories from your top student says it all. I mean, we've already shown you guys about 50 of them, but let's look at what Modi said. I'm now 9 of 9 winners. Wow. Did $2,500 in each, and he's made $11,250 in 9 weeks. That is awesome. Where else can I make that kind of money and let the market do all the work for me? Modi's got it figured out. What about Roger, who said, unbelievable. I've taken all of the trades, and he's ahead $18,620. And that's because your live trade alerts have been off the charts good. Not only are you hitting with an incredible 82.4% win rate on the live trade alert so far, but the model portfolio is also crushing it, up $18,260 in just the first few months. That's like exactly what Roger S said there, which is kind of funny. And that's like $1,000 per week, guys.
Yeah, honestly, with results that good, I never imagined trading any other way. I mean, when we started hitting these trades, I thought, okay, this is pretty much where 90% of my focus is going to go, churning out weekly opportunities, the best, most efficient, most productive way I've ever traded. But that was before I stumbled on some shocking market data that allow us to supercharge these type of results. An overnight phenomenon that could give us the same type of opportunities, but in way less time. I'm talking about in less than 24 hours. Now, it was September 9th, 2024, when I was sitting on a panel with well-known money manager. You guys probably know Chris. And we had about 1,000 people on the conference call when he shared some data that I had seen before, but really never had a moment until we were live on that presentation. Now, he warned folks that trading during the day was actually a big mistake, kind of a shocking approach if you think about it. He said there's no money to be made for most people. However, overnight, the stock market typically makes its strongest gains. And that was the key insight that unlocked everything for me. Now, let me show you what I actually mean, because it's one thing to say it, but when you see the chart, it's unbelievable. So here's a chart dating all the way back to 1993. Okay, so 30 years of data here. What you're looking at is the average market return from trading during the day versus trading only overnight. Okay, so the blue line shows you the movement during the regular market hours. This is 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern time, basically what we would all consider the stock market hours. And that's a zero return from trading during the day. So if you bought the market at the beginning of the day and closed at the end of the day, all day, every day for 30 years, you're looking at zero productivity in that time. However, the orange line is the movement that happens when the market is technically closed, all the times that you and I aren't trading overnight. Now, as you can see, there's basically no money to be made during the day. All of the best returns are happening overnight, which is just insane. If you just stop for a moment and think about the fact that we trade all day, every day, 30 years, and nothing is actually happening during that window. It's insane. Now, we've had this data for years, proving overnight trading is certainly where the money's at, certainly where the movement's at. But no one I know has been able to regularly profit from it. There's a whole bunch of reasons. We won't go into all of them, but we'll go into some of them. Why actually taking advantage of that becomes the hard part. Now, that's because traditionally traders need big moves to make any sort of meaningful money. You guys have heard me talk about this over and over again. Unfortunately, this overnight phenomenon only lends itself to tiny moves. You're talking about 30 years, 0.25% here, 0.5% there, 1% there over time. But then I had the light bulb moment. I already have a strategy that works automatically cashing in on these tiny moves over a 2-week period. That trade structure already exists. What if there was a way to leverage the same approach as automated options, but simply do it in a much shorter time frame overnight? Not only would this allow me to decrease my overall market risk, get my money away from the market more often, only holding it overnight, but it would also allow me to multiply the profit opportunities each week, because we would get a chance to trade it almost every day the markets are open. So I began backtesting this with the team a couple months ago, and I was shocked at how easy it was to actually convert this same successful trade structure and automated options to take advantage of this overnight phenomenon. The initial results showed a remarkable 239% account growth over the last 2 years, the stunning 84.2% win rate. But we kept optimizing, and we actually found a way to get it even better. We actually, I won't go through the whole backstory, but figure out a way that you can really juice this up over the entire history of the time since short-dated options have existed. And the results got about 3 times better than we originally mapped out, even kind of under a best case scenario using automated options. Now, I'll give you the full details of the study here in just a moment, but first, let me actually show you how it works. Okay, let's take a look at September. So this is September 9th, going back. Now, as you would expect during the day, like we see most of the time, the markets gained 0%, nothing during the day. 9:30 to 4 p.m., just sat around, did nothing. If you bought and held stocks during the day, you probably walked away empty-handed, or if you bought a call option, you're just dead in the water watching it lose money. But anyone trading overnight options could have placed a quick trade at 3:30 p.m., just before the closing bell. Sure enough, overnight, the market's made a nice 0.6% gain. That's the gap from 3:30, for the market closing and then opening up the next day. And folks trading overnight options could have seen $1,301 automatically hit their account. It's automatically closed right there when the market opened. It was the same on July 15th. During the day, lower and lower. Now, you don't want to be holding call options or stocks when that's going on. Okay, so you're taking a beating from basically the opening bell all the way through about 3:30 p.m. But anyone trading overnight options could have placed a trade at the end of the day. And again, the market's gapped up. Nice little move, 0.3%, nothing crazy. And anyone who took the overnight option could have woke up the next morning with an extra $416 in your account. Funny enough, the markets actually ended up selling off during the day. And, you would have ended up losing if you were trading basically any other way. And we know that happens quite often. But that doesn't matter to us one bit, because when everything worked out, $416 clocked in, we're off the table, we're out of the market with that money in our overnight options. designed to automatically cash us out in the morning before the midday trading action takes over.
Nate, let me stop you there for a moment. First off, this is a major breakthrough in trading. Again, I've been trying to figure out how to piece this puzzle together for years now. This overnight phenomenon is probably the most powerful phenomenon I've ever seen. Now, I've been doing this for 15 years now, and I've worked with all sorts of professionals. I'm talking about hedge fund managers who took on $700 million in assets. I'm talking about market makers who have traded as much as $200 billion per day. I've worked closely with banking vice presidents, derivatives experts, and true market wizards. But I've never seen anyone figure out how to leverage the returns of this blatant market phenomenon. Like I said, I've been trying to do it myself for years because, like you said, typically you need a big move to make any sort of gains. However, you're now able to do it on just a tiny overnight move on the stock market. You just showed us a 0.6% move and a 0.3% move. That's next to nothing. Nate, you got to tell us, how is that even possible? Do we have to do some sort of complex pre-market or maybe post-market trading? Is this day trading? What's going on here?
Yeah, obviously none of that at all. This is very straightforward for anyone. We simply place these trades right around 3:30 p.m. almost every single day during normal, regular market hours. It only takes probably about 2 minutes to get your first trade rolling, even if you've never done it before. And then after that, maybe trade this 2 or 3 times. It's going to become second nature to you. Now, you could take advantage of this all week long. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So the 4 opportunities we take virtually every single week. So that's 4 overnight options per week. Spoiler, I avoid the weekends because there's too much volatility. I don't like the extra risk for less reward. So it just doesn't make sense, over time to do it on Fridays. For example, let's take a look at what people could have seen in March here. Okay, now, again, March, not a great time to be holding stocks. Basically a sideways dead fish market there. If you invested in that, you would have basically lost, 2% over the entire course of holding stocks, not exactly worth your 30 days in the market. But with overnight options, totally different story. Okay, so March 18th, $538. March 19th, $873. March 20th, $1,712. I love those big ones. Even though the markets actually fell during that day, by the way, you still hit that big winner. March 21st, okay, this is our last trade, $416 going into Friday. So, even when the market has some of those sell-offs, you're getting clocked out and making money most of the time before it ever gets a chance to mess your trade up.
And Nate, all in all, that could have been $3,646 in overnight income for the week. And folks could have earned that by clicking a few buttons to set the trade, and then the job is done. Remember, guys, this trade is designed to close out automatically for you the next day. I love it. I can already hear the register ringing in the back of my head, just waking up in the morning, cha-ching, it's done, cha-ching, it's done. So once the trade is set, you're free to go live life, and then we're back at it again each and every day.
Yep, that's exactly right. Now, again, to be clear, our backtesting, it was off the charts. I mean, better than I could have even imagined when we started trying to apply this to this overnight phenomenon. But let's be real, we're not going to win every single trade. Winners and losers are part of the game, so never invest more than you can afford to lose. I'm going to trade one live today. Don't go all in on your first trade. It's about swinging the bat, like 200 times a year with this strategy. Luckily, you don't have to go all in because the average entry is under $100 on this. So you can start small, like we talked about Steven doing, and then scale over time. But the cool thing is you can scale real darn quick because we get opportunities basically every single day. Like the very next week of what we just showed you mid-March, here's the end of March, $821 on March 25th. Hey, look at this one, $845 on March. And look at that action. Would anyone have looked at March 26th and thought, oh, yeah, there's a winning day? Nope, but we still nailed $845 overnight on that one, even though it sold off as they so often do. Wednesday, March 27th, $500 on that one. Thursday, March 28th, going into Friday, $942. Your week of trading is done. Relax. I mean, it's so nice. Another $3,109 in overnight income by the end of the week. Not bad for a week's worth of work. And I say a week's worth of work, but probably a total of, 8 minutes worth of actual work executing those trades. But if you think that's good, wait until you see this. Remember, typically all we need is the stock market to make a tiny move overnight, and we're golden, which, as you know, happens a lot more often than not, especially in the overnight markets. But what's even better is with a risk-cutting trick we've implemented, we can even target our profit when the stock market falls slightly overnight. Okay, this is super important. For example, let's take a look at the very next trading opportunity, which would have been April 1st. Per the usual, on April 1st, the market's barely budged during the day, trading actually slightly lower. Now, again, if you're trading during the day, especially if you have call options, you're just bleeding money when the market goes nowhere. However, let's say someone placed one of the overnight options at 3:30 p.m., right before the closing bell, like we always do. They could have captured a nice $492 overnight. Now, here's the shocking part. You may have noticed that's possible that even when the markets fell a little bit overnight, so this wasn't a 0.3, 0.5% gap overnight, it actually slipped down a little bit and we still hit the target. And that's because of that trick we use in our back testing, which really ramped it up to the next level. And it's automatically baked into the strategy every single time we take the trade. And the best part about it, folks could have pocketed another winner while most folks make zero or probably lost money on the similar market action. And then been done for the day, taking the risk off the table, back to that sweet, safe cash for the day, waiting for the next opportunity, which would have totally worked in your favor because yet again, as we've seen so much the last few months, I mean, I'm sure you guys, I already saw a couple comments in the chat, so many times the last few months, oh, we finally got a good day, or we finally got, and then just rips down during the closing bell.
Yeah, definitely does. Gap apps filling down, no fun, but you're taking it off the table automatically here. And I have to admit, Nate, it's really remarkable what you've done. Not only have you taken this age-old phenomenon and turned it into a hidden gold mine, reducing the risk, maximizing the profits, but even more impressive is that your data shows that folks could have done it with an 89.5% win rate on over 300 overnight opportunities so far from the study. So there you guys see the data. Each one of the winners targeting right around $823 overnight on average, including some incredible profits, even when the stock market actually fell slightly against you, like you showed us there. So Nate, it's time to tell us, how can we get in on the next overnight option? How can we get in on today's opportunity?
All right, well, obviously the key here is structuring the trade exactly the right way to take advantage of this overnight phenomenon. You just have to know which trades to place each day around 3:30 p.m. And that's why I'm going to show you everything you need to know to get your first overnight option deployed right away so that anyone can start using this brand new method to target extra income starting right away. I'm talking about today, not in the future, literally today. Now, as I always like to say, doesn't matter who you are, where you live, young or old, doesn't matter. Anyone is welcome to get started with overnight options. I'm holding a live step-by-step workshop to show you exactly how you can start targeting these overnight payouts with just a few clicks of the mouse. I'm going to take you through every single step of the process. It's going to include full details from how to place your first trade to how the overnight options actually work, including how to automate the exits for maximum gains. And I'm going to teach you a risk-cutting trick that we developed that basically give us a standard for how to set up the trade each day. And that jacked our win rate up by nearly 20% just by adjusting the trade a little bit in our testing. And that gives us extra peace of mind when we place these trades, because it means that when we set up a trade, we know that historically this thing knocks it out of the park 9 out of 10 times, which is a pretty high confidence level going into a trade. Now, typically my strategy classes are, $497 or $997 when I'm giving you the step-by-step details like we're going to get into in today's workshop. But today I'm going to give you the chance to claim that workshop absolutely free. And once you get your hands on the workshop, you're going to be stunned at how clear-cut it really is. Because like most of my stuff, it's straightforward, it's systematic, it's doing the same thing on a repeated basis over and over again. I think you'll be amazed at how clear-cut it actually becomes once you go through the workshop. Now, you'll immediately be able to start using it every single day you want to, up to about 4 times per week. And typically it is 4 times every single week. Now, after just a few buttons, you can have the trade locked and loaded. So that's all there is to it because of the automated exit. Just like I saw in October. Okay, so October 2nd, I personally set this one up with live money right before the closing bell, right around 3:30. And anyone who followed along could have collected extra income hands-free as the brokerage automatically clocks you out of the trade. Again, you don't have to do it yourself. Then folks could get done it the next day, October 3rd. Take a quick minute, make sure that your overnight option trade is set by 3:30 and let it go to work for you. $1,081 overnight without you monitoring or exiting the trade.
And that's a beautiful trade there, Nate. I really love it. I'd love to be able to enjoy this, the morning coffee while $1,000 hits the account hands-free when everything works out. Again, like I can already hear the chings in the back of my head. I love it. Of course, any regular brokerage account can get the job done, right?
Yeah, any brokerage should be fine. I mean, even a 401k or an IRA can get the job done. Just got to be set up to trade options. That's it. And you can use anything out there. And if you want to see just how powerful these overnight options are with your own eyes, then in today's live class, I'm actually going to place our next overnight option on camera, live in front of you, targeting an extra $823 by tomorrow morning. That way you can follow along if you'd like to, watch over my shoulder, copy and paste that trade in a matter of minutes. And remember, once the trade is set, your job is done. Overnight options are designed to automatically close out for you the next day. So today, folks out there can claim access to this live workshop and the live trade to start using this unique strategy in their own accounts just by subscribing to the brand new daily income service overnight options. Now, this service is solely dedicated, it's the only thing we do in this service, to targeting extra income overnight, thanks to a new way to take advantage of an age-old market phenomenon like we've shown you. And I'm happy to verify that after analyzing over 300 of these overnight trades, the final study shows it's small account friendly. It's about $65 for the average position size. The average target is $823 based on our 5K standard stake. And my favorite part, of course, the win rate is an exceptional 89.5% over time with built-in risk management on the trade. Now, in just a moment, I'll show you just how incredibly powerful that can be for folks tuning in right now, whether you've been investing for years or you're just getting started. Now, if you take one of the limited memberships today, every single day, I'm going to give you the very best overnight options opportunity. So it's not just going to be when we have a live class. It's going to be every single day one of these fires off. I'm going to send you an alert, one that I would personally recommend to my closest friends and family, and of course, one that I'm taking with my own money. So that's about 200 opportunities each and every year with overnight options, each one based on the same method that our study shows targets at $823 average 4 times per week. And I'm going to hold nothing back. And each overnight option alert, I'll break it down step by step. Okay, the ticker, when to place the trade, the options criteria, the entry, exit. It is all in that easy to follow along alert. Each income alert will have clear instructions on how to place the trade. Now, I do all the heavy lifting because I'm trading these with my own money. So I'm already doing all the heavy lifting, and I just pass it on to you with all the details inside an alert. Now, you'll just read the alert and then follow along if you want to. That's your side of the equation. You just read it step by step and then follow along if you choose.
And Nate, that's like what happened recently with your live trade on October 10th. Now, you sent this one to me and it was awesome. But if you remember, you would have seen the trade alert in your inbox right around 3:30 p.m. Eastern that day. And anyone who took the trade could have clocked out in the next morning. Notice an extra $1,481 sitting in the brokerage account from those overnight options. Look at that beautiful pop overnight.
Yeah. I mean, some of the ones that really pop are obviously the most fun, but I think it's just as cool that sometimes it does nothing and you still win. Now, it doesn't get much better than some of those big whopping winners. And don't feel like you need to be babysitting, sitting next to your chart all day waiting for the entries either. Okay, the exits, you already know the exits are easy, but actually the entries are easy too, because I'm going to post the trade about 3:30 p.m. every single day. So that way you have plenty of time. It takes a couple clicks. You have plenty of time to get in before the end of the market's close. Now, I want your experience with overnight options to be as hands-free as possible. Of course, alongside the email alerts, I'm going to send you a cell phone alert, a Telegram alert, just to make sure you do not miss the trade, even if you're out and about, whatever you might be doing. So you get it there and you can take advantage of it every single day. There's an opportunity. For example, like the very next day after the one that Graham just showed, you'd have gotten the email, text, Telegram, taken the trade if you chose. Sure enough, anyone who would have gotten to that one would have had $1,250 in extra cash automatically by early the next morning without monitoring the trade, without opening their computer. Like Graham said, maybe just had your coffee, relaxing late morning, open your computer, and holy crap, it's already there, which are, of course, the most fun days when that happens. And yes, I'll be keeping track of the overnight options performance for you so that you can easily see how good your results look compared to the S&P.
Nate, it sure looks like you're doing everything you can to make sure that the new members have everything they need to succeed, like you always do, going above and beyond. And again, guys, between those last 2 trades alone, and again, these were real live trades. These weren't from the back test. These were from live trades. We're looking at what could have been $2,731 in extra income. Again, after 2 trades. We're not talking about missing out on Amazon in 1999. We're not talking about buying the bottom of the COVID dip. We're talking about 2 trades that happened this month with real money. And that's just after 2 trades. As a member, you guys will be getting up to 200 more overnight opportunities. So Nate, I have to know, will the new membership cost around $2,731 per year, or is it going to be more?
All right, well, Graham, the folks who miss out on the limited special that we have today, which Stephen has really grinded me over the gears to get the special to where it is today, it'll probably end up being a lot more. I mean, obviously, again, we're talking about daily opportunities that can stack up like quicker than anything else that I do. But if you're in this room and you're familiar with how I typically do these kind of special founding memberships, you know I've got a few tricks up my sleeve to really make it feel special and make you feel like you're going to get the entire membership for free if you lock in your spot today. Now, more on that in just a moment. Before we talk price, I want to highlight one of the biggest benefits of being a member of overnight options. You see, there's something I hinted at earlier, and it takes overnight options to a whole new level. These overnight options are specifically designed to only activate after a very, very specific set of criteria that triggers on a handful of stocks. And according to our back testing, that's been able to take the win rate from around 65% all the way up to 89.5% over the course of our entire back testing. Now, in order to gain an edge that strong, I don't just pick trades whenever I want, willy-nilly. I don't just pick options whenever I want. I have a very specific set of criteria within the options that we're using. Now, after extensive research and testing, we developed a system that only isolates the most optimal options for entrance. One thing to analyze a stock, but we're actually analyzing the ideal option for entering. This is designed to keep us out of the ruts when we get some harsh market-wide sell-offs, and allows us to only put our hard-earned money when we have extremely high conviction in the opportunity. Okay. So we really only want to trade this when it fits that 9 out of 10, 90% type hit rate criteria is when we want to take these trades. Now, the details of all that are simply, way too much to get into. We've already been here basically an hour. And frankly, I wouldn't give away the data part for free. However, if you take one of the limited memberships to overnight options, I'm going to give you that inside scoop. Okay. So that way you can unlock even more of those overnight opportunities if you want on some bonus tickers. Okay, so you can trade the S&P, the NASDAQ. There's some gold opportunities, some small caps, which are actually really juicy if you do it on those. You name it, any of these trades that have short dated options, you can actually use this to go above and beyond. It's all inside the options game plan. So full details on the data, how it works, all of that stuff over the last couple of years is inside this guide. It takes into account market corrections, the year of market chop, which is, I think, most people struggle the most with market chop, high inflation, low inflation, all sorts of economic conditions that, lucky for us, we've got to experience the last couple of years. And it proves that it was designed to work regardless of what's going on in the world. And as I'll show you, it actually works really well on some other assets as well. So again, I think the edge that we've discovered is so massive that we could charge whatever we wanted for the actual data behind this, and it would be easily worth it. I mean, 2,000, 3,000, I don't even care. I would pay whatever it took to get access to it. But of course, if you're a member, that's one of the perks. You get it for free. So you get the data and the methodology for free, and you can even apply it to some other assets as well once you go through the training. And remember, actually taking these trades takes a total of about 3 clicks in your brokerage account. And even if you're brand new, you'll become a pro in no time, just like so many of my members who had never traded before. And then we're like teaching new people how to trade within a couple of weeks, which was really fun to see. And all you need is a standard brokerage account, obviously an internet connection, or, just a phone and your app. You don't even need Wi-Fi if you do it that way. And a few minutes to set up the trade before the end of the day.
Nate, I'm really falling in love with these overnight options. I mean, you had me sold on these things a week, 2 weeks ago when you first showed them to me. And just when I think it can't possibly get any better, you pull a number like this one. Now, clearly, we're looking at a value of maybe $5,000 or more for this exclusive membership. And I know some of our colleagues have charged even more than that. So, Nate, what's it going to cost? Maybe $5,000?
All right, so you can forget about paying $5,000 or even $3,500. In fact, for members who join through the main website, you can get everything for $19.97, which I honestly believe is a phenomenal deal considering we're talking about over 200 opportunities a year. But if you're in the webinar right now, you'll get an even better deal. I mean, people know that I like to go above and beyond for my founding members, and I think I'm going to blow your socks away here in the next 60 seconds. Okay, so just hang tight. All right, I've got 2 special bonuses to kick off the brand new overnight options membership. You see, after analyzing more than 300 trade opportunities across all different market conditions, I'm literally blown away by the results of overnight options. In fact, when you account for all of the trade examples, winning and losing weeks, anyone starting out with even just $5K in each trade would have been averaging around $3,049 in profit per month in extra income. Okay, so if you stack that together, you're looking at about $36,596 in pure profit. That's 7 times the 5K stake, and that's without compounding at all over the course of time. So let me say it again. If you trade through all those market conditions, good, bad, ugly, inflation, all of it, anyone who put 5K, just kept swinging the bat, following the system day in and day out, you're looking at $36,596 in extra income. Obviously, if you compare that to the S&P, it's not even close over the same time period, over the same investment stake. I mean, you're looking at $540 a year compared to $36,596. So basically a 70x of what the S&P would give you. Like I said, it's not even close, and that's because of the incredible ability to pile up high probability opportunities 4 times every week. But here's the thing. With that type of data and the edge in the stock market, I'm sure I could sell it for whatever price you want. $19.97, $29.97. Obviously, with the amount of data, over 300 trades, I think we could ask whatever we wanted for overnight options. But I have something a lot better in mind. Again, I really like trying to blow people out of the water and getting founding members who are amped up and excited as I am. And to do that, I have some really special stuff in store for you. Now, ultimately, my goal is to see students pay off their membership as soon as possible. I always say this. I want you guys to feel like you're trading for gravy with me after just a few sessions. And that way you're getting straight to the icing on the cake without having to worry about the cost of the program. So bonus number one, which I think already you guys are probably going to be blown away, is the $823 live webinar deal. And that is not a typo, $823. Like I've shown you countless times today, each and every overnight option is designed to target right around $823 in profit when we have a winner. That's based on that 5K stake. And I thought, wouldn't it be fun if we could actually price this at the cost of one winning trade, even though we're going to get 200 of them over the next year? That way, folks would have a legitimate shot to have the entire year paid off by the time they wake up tomorrow. Okay, so that's literally, even though we're trading 200 times to have it paid off in the very first day.
Nate, that is absolutely amazing what you're doing here with the price. And not only are you making a no-brainer for everyone in this room, but you're also making it accessible for anyone to take advantage of it. I mean, $823, that is a steal of a deal. You guys don't have to break the bank today. And the thought of having the entire year paid off after one night, well, I know that I'm personally up for the challenge. And it's not like you haven't been able to deliver for your students in the past and your other programs. Ernie H said, after 4 trades, I've already made enough to more than pay for 4 lifetime memberships. So you made more than enough to cover
Ernie.
4 times. Tim wrote in, I've doubled the cost of the program. Keep it up. So it won't be $2,000 per year, guys. Only $823 for the folks in this room right now when you join here in just the next few minutes, priced at the average overnight winner. So, Nate, where do I sign up?
All right, my team is going to drop the link here in literally 60 seconds, so get ready. It's going to be first come, first serve. I've already instructed the team that if we get too many people, we'll have to close it down at least temporarily just so we can get new people on board, because we are going to have live classes and instruction. We want to make sure that we can handle all new members, which also means we'll more than likely bring it back, probably around 1997 or something like that in the future. So when we drop that link, get ready. Hopefully you guys are one of the very first in the door and getting ready for our opportunity that's going to kick off today. But before we do that, I have one final bonus. All right, like I mentioned, I want the membership to feel like it doesn't cost you a dime. As a matter of fact, I want you to have it completely paid off before the second trade alert even goes out, knowing that every dollar you make after the initial investment is just icing on top. So bonus number 2 is the overnight options live trade scholarship. We did this before with one of my founding memberships, and it was a ton of fun to make sure people felt like they were getting all gravy on the trades. Like I mentioned, I'm going to be hosting a live trade room literally today, where I'm going to take you through all of the details of overnight options. Plus, we're going to place today's live trade on camera, targeting $823 by tomorrow morning, enough to cover the entire membership fee. And you'll be able to look over my shoulder and follow along step by step on today's trade. Now, of course, I can't guarantee that today's trade is going to be a winner, right? I can't guarantee that, maybe this is the loser that we have. And obviously, I don't really care because I'm just going to keep swinging the bat, but I want to make sure you're protected. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to start your subscription timer until the model portfolio shows at least $823 in profit. That means your subscription won't start ticking until the membership is 100% paid off according to the live tracker first. We won't start counting the time against you. So again, you still have to lock in your memberships. You have to join and get locked in today, but your time on the membership won't start ticking away until we get that first winner locked and loaded on your behalf. Okay. But I have to warn you, it's going to be limited. I mean, the $823 is an insane price. So we are going to keep it limited. And if you're ready to take action and put the overnight options to work for you starting today, you want to be one of the first in the door, make sure you click that link. We're posting it in the chat. It's first come, first serve. Give me a yes, give me a shout if you're ready to get started with overnight options. I am incredibly pumped and I can't wait. Click that link in the chat if you want to be one of the first in the door. And guys, we're like an hour away from our first trade. So this is as exciting as it gets right now. You can go to prosperitypub.com/823. They made that the short link so they could just rub that ridiculously low price in my face every time I tell you /820, literally $823, guys, for 200 trade opportunities with a 90% hit rate. I don't think it's going to get any better than this for you. So I hope you take advantage. prosperitypub.com/823. Of course, you can also call our team anytime, 321-888-3962. You just press 1. That gets you right to our concierge team that can lock in your spot in the next hour before we go live, okay? And don't forget, We're going to have that trade with all the details sent out to you by about 3:30 p.m. All right. Now, when I first saw the power of overnight options, I knew I had to rush this to you. I probably didn't even test this with my own money as long as I usually would, but the data was so good. And then we went live and I hit, 11 out of 12 trades. I mean, it was insane. So we rushed this out as quickly as we possibly could for you. Now, 5,000 in just so if you just took my live trades over the last 2 weeks, you would already double your account, which is insane. $5,836 in profit, 11 out of 12. Just a great streak there to get started off, winners and losers included. Okay, so hopefully we go the next 11 for 12, but you guys are in on it this time.
2 notes here, guys. Number one, that means after 12 trades, think about this, guys. 12 trades, that's what, a week and a half or 2.5 weeks. That means folks could have already covered the cost of this 1-year membership, not once, not twice, but 6 times over. You could have gone to the order form, bought it 6 times, and already made enough money to cover that. That is absolutely ridiculous. Now, I know we've got questions here. Do you need to start 5,000? Do you need 10,000? No, guys. The minimum position size, Nate, you tell them it's $65, I believe, is your average cost. Guys, these are dirt cheap options. You can start big, you can start small, whatever floats your boat. But there's the proof for you guys. 11 for 12 so far in the live trades, over $5,000 in profit so far. It's like anything. It's unlike anything else we've seen. And look at some of the top stories that some of your students have seen. Jeff, he said, I started small and scaling up. He's up $3,700. It's an amazing one here from Roger, up $15,770 after the first 8 trades. Roger is balling out. Ron D said, I will be signing up for the lifetime today. So far, $3,777 in 4 weeks. And speaking of which, with Ron mentioned it there, Nate, is there a lifetime option today? Because with $823 per year, I definitely want to lock in that lifetime membership.
Yeah, of course. We always like to do at least a limited amount of lifetimes to get my founding member started, because I really like people to be locked in and loaded for life so we can do bonuses and cool extra things for the lifetime members. I always have a lot of fun with the locked and loaded lifetime members. So once you join, whether you take the 1 year, I think there's a 2 year maybe on there, or 3, I forget exactly what we even have on there, but either way, don't close the next page, because that's where it really gets important. On the next page, regardless of which option you choose, you'll be invited to upgrade your membership to lifetime, which means no renewal fees ever again. Okay. And legacy access, where you can actually pass the program off to a friend or family member anytime you want, is included in your lifetime option for free. But I must warn you, we will not be running the discount forever. So make sure you get lifetime. I think we kept it open for automated options for maybe like 3 weeks or 6 weeks. Like Steven would know the exact details. And we kept saying, guys, the lifetime deal is a no-brainer. You guys are all making money with the strategy. Make sure you get your lifetime. But eventually we had to raise the price. And so we did. And I don't want to lock you out of this one. So, because we are going to raise the price eventually, I can't, give lifetime access, especially because I'm too young for the lifetime deals. I keep telling Steven that, but he doesn't care. I said, Steven, I'm going to be trading for the next 30 years. You're locking me in for lifetime access for like pennies on the dollar. But Steven doesn't care about me or my feelings or me putting food on the table for my family. He just wants to get people the best deal. So whatever. But all jokes aside, the lifetime deal is insane. And I think you should take advantage of it. If you want to try 1 year and see how it goes, I understand. But the lifetime, such a good deal. And we'll still cover you with a refund guarantee, which we'll talk about in a minute. So take advantage of that, guys. prosperitypub.com/823. No-brainer offer of the century, if you ask me. And those testimonials that Graham shared, obviously I love those. They mean a lot to me. The thing that I'm most excited about is people saying, oh, I'm up $3,000 in 4 weeks, or I'm up $8,000 in 7 weeks. I mean, just imagine doing that, up $4,000 in 4 days, up $7,000 in 8 days. Like, I think just the ability to stack it up so much more quickly is going to be a lot of fun. So,
and guys, real quick here, I'm gonna keep going on these slides, but I know I just heard from the team, we have so many people signing up right now. It's actually it's way more than we expected at the moment. We were hoping to keep this deal open all week long, let people go in. That said, Nate is only one person. He can't handle a trade room with 500 people in there. So if you guys are serious, we're going to keep this small so that we can work with each individual person in the room and answer the questions. We don't want this to be overbearing or too many people. These spots are flying off the shelves way faster than we anticipated. So guys, this might be closing down a lot sooner than we see, or maybe not even closing down. The price might be going back up to 2,000.
Graham, Nate, we've already got over 100 people join this program.
Oh my goodness.
Nate, I'm sure, and not surprised personally that the response has been this good, but yeah, people, make sure if you have any trouble with the order form, if you have any trouble getting through on the phone, just give it time. Drop your name and number in the chat if you want us to get to you as well, but we will get all these orders processed because this is insane. Crazy.
Wow, the live trade room is going to be jamming today, guys.
Yeah,
I can't wait to see you there.
Let's go.
We got a lot of lifetime members here in the chat. If you guys didn't get lifetime yet, give us a call. If you accidentally closed the page, give us a call. Lock it in right now while it's discounted. Now, what will the new trade look like? Well, you guys know this. Only the charter members will know. Nate, what do we got? An hour and a half until the live trade room, or an hour till the live trade room?
57 minutes till we kick off the workshop, and then we'll get the live trade right at 3:30, 30 minutes later. So you want to be there on time at 3 p.m. because I've got a whole training workshop prep for you ready to go, and then we'll get into the live trade about 30 minutes after that.
That's perfect. And guys, just look at how consistent these overnight options have been. For example, let's look at March. Here, I showed you guys this. March was not a great time to be long stocks. You lost money. But with the overnight options, it's a totally different story. We don't care what stocks do during the day because look at this. Monday, March 18th, 538 overnight. Tuesday, March 19th, 873 overnight. Day over day, we get to do it again. Wednesday, 1712 overnight. Even when the markets took a tumble, doesn't matter.
Those are my
These
favorite
profit
ones right there,
targets
baby. Those are my
automatically set. I love it. The next day, going into Friday, $416 overnight. All in all, guys, that could have been $3,646 in overnight income for that 1 week in March. So don't miss out, guys. We can't promise any future results. There's winners, there's losers. 90% win rate's pretty good. I feel pretty confident about that. And that's what Nate's going to be using, that same strategy today in that live trade room. So guys, go ahead, click that link in the chat. And remember, lock in lifetime access today. You're not going to want to go without it.
Yeah, and don't forget, in our live class, I'm going to be doing that trade live. So like I mentioned, the workshop is what we're going to get started with. I'm going to go through all the details, all the lessons, Q&A. I know we have 200 chat messages right now. We'll also get to the Q&A today in the regular session, but then we'll do a members-only Q&A workshop, and then we'll get to the live stuff, baby. You know, putting that trade on, it's going to be a ton of fun with all these new members. If I nail it, which, you know, of course, I think we have about an 89.5% historic probability to do so, then it's enough to cover the entire membership based on the 5K stake. Now, of course, you might be starting smaller. You might be trading $500, $800, whatever, but we set it up based on that standard stake to literally cover the entire membership in one trade. You don't need to miss out. I don't want you to miss out. So just join, get your lifetime preferably, because that probably will, based on this feedback, you're going to close out real quick. But just make sure you get it in the next little bit so you get your access information, all that sent to you, and that way you'll also get the live link, you know, to the class at 3 p.m. because I definitely don't want you to miss the 3 p.m. class. To get in, you know the drill, link in the chat, prosperitypub.com/823, call the team, whatever is best for you. Just make sure you get that spot in there. Now, again, guys, there's a ton of people in the chat. We're going to get to there. I blocked off enough time that we can get to the chat, but I just want to make sure, because I know a lot of people tuned in late as well, to really hit this key summary, because I think it's incredibly important. This is what to remember that's so critical. There's almost no money to be made during the day. That blue line is what happens during the day. All of the best returns are happening overnight. Now, we've seen this data for years. Everyone kind of knows that, hey, yeah, the market doesn't move much during the day. It moves overnight. But no one has really been able to regularly take advantage of that, because what we showed you, the market doesn't move enough overnight. You're not going to get enough 2-3% moves to really make it matter, because traditionally that's what people need when they're trading regular call options. Unfortunately, the overnight phenomenon only lends itself to, you know, maybe 0.5. Actually, sometimes I'd say even like 0.2 to 1 is probably a more systematic range. But with overnight options, that's all we need. Actually, we need less than that. For example, September 9th, again, markets move 0% during the day. Nothing, not a squat. If you bought options, you're dead in the water. However, if you put the trade on automated or on overnight options at 3:30 p.m., just before the closing bell, sure enough, the market's made a nice little 0.6% gain, enough to flip our starting stake into $1,301 overnight. Same story on July 15th. Markets actually went lower. If you're holding call options during that day, yikes, good luck. But if you trade the overnight options, you're just setting a trade at the end of the day, ignoring all that noise. Little 0.3% move overnight and hit a $416 winner by the next morning. Funny enough, like a lot of these, I mean, probably about half of the time, the market ends up not finishing exactly where we want, but it doesn't matter. We're out with a winner, which is what I love. Most people are used to turning winning trades into losing trades by bad management. We're turning losing trades into winning trades by good management. It's a totally different spectrum that I think you'll really like once you get used to it. And we don't care if that actually happens and it sells off, because when everything works out, it clocks out automatically. The broker gets us out of the trade, and our money is taken care of for the day. So again, we're going to do that today for the first time with members, 3 p.m., then the live trade at 3:30 p.m. Make sure you're in that live trading room with us.
Nate, this offer is a no-brainer. Of course, guys, we normally charge $19.97, $24.95, that kind of price range for these offers. Nate told me, he showed me this. He showed me that he took advantage of this market phenomenon we've been trying to hack for years. and he went 11 for 12, $5,000. If you start with $5,000, guys, just smoking a profit after profit. And so we said, let's rush it to people. Let's get it open. Let's get as many people in there possible. And again, guys, these spots are getting filled up really fast. We can't have 500 in the room. At some point, this price is going up. But really quick, before we open the chat, I want to ask you a few questions. I know we've got 500 people here still. There's a lot of questions. We're going to get into, guys. But let me ask Nate something. Nate, how much money is needed? Do I need $5,000? Do I need 10 grand? What do I need?
So the average trade is literally $65 a contract. So you can get started dirt cheap. You can trade 1 contract, 2 contracts, 10 contracts, whatever you want. You can scale up, scale down, literally $65 a trade.
Well, number 2, and I've seen this before. Is this day trading? Do I need a 25,000 in my account to day trade?
Okay, so this is a huge part of the hack that we came up with. It is not day trading. And day trading wouldn't really serve us any good because like we talked about, the market doesn't move enough during the day. We're always entering before the market closes, and then we're exiting the next day. So you don't need to worry about pattern day trading rules, none of that. You don't need 25,000. Now, to be clear, and this has already happened to me twice in the last 2.5 weeks, sometimes you just time these end of day market moves so nicely that you get in for 3:30 p.m., you set your target, and at 3:58, you see an alert, hey, my trade just hit the target. The one that you were waiting for the overnight move actually already closed out and made you money. But they happen so rarely that they're never going to get you in trouble on the pattern day trading rule. So even if you have a $2,000 account, it doesn't matter if you get one of those every couple of weeks. So again, we're not day trading. It works completely around that system to get us out. We can trade every day without ever breaking the rules.
So far, under $100 per contract, no day trading. It's a win-win for me. And now, here we go. We're going to get a triple win. Will every trade be a winner, Nate?
I love this question. We always have to ask this one. Of course not. We're not trying to win 100% of the time. Obviously, no strategy does that, but it is extremely consistent and profitable if you keep swinging the bat. And I think that's, maybe one of the things we don't talk about enough is the idea that you do have to keep swinging the bat. All these strategies are meant day in, day out. You will have some losers along the way. We're not trying to develop a system that hits one particular day. We're trying to develop a system that over time stacks up a huge advantage where if you keep swinging the bat, you'll have a positive profit factor, and over 200 trades, 400 trades, 800 trades, you will just absolutely demolish the S&P 500, which is, of course, our goal over time with the strategy.
We got it real quick. I'm going to ask this question, but we got a couple questions in the chat about win rate. Charles, the historic win rate over the last 350 trades, something like that, is 89.5%. So far, Nate's been trading it live. He's at 91.6% win rate. All right, moving on. Should I be worried about more downside in the markets this year, Nate?
Well, I think that's the beauty of the system. It doesn't really matter what's going on during the day. It doesn't really matter what the overall trend is. We just need a little move overnight. That's all we need. That's all we're targeting every day. And we get automatic winners even when the market doesn't work. In fact, even through 2022, we had some ugly markets and still traded pretty darn profitably. Now, of course, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. If the markets are perfectly bullish and go up every day, any strategy typically works better like that. But the idea is that we're not going to be in the market exposed to the downside with this strategy. I think that's super important for people.
Okay, can I trade this in any standard brokerage account, IRA, 401k?
Yep, you just need to be set up for options. As long as you can trade options in the brokerage account, you can trade overnight options.
Awesome. What's the next overnight options trade that's happening today in 49 minutes now?
49 minutes, we'll get started. Obviously, I'm going to be sharing the exact trade details live with our new charter members, which it seems like we're going to have an absolute ton of them. That class is going to be a lot of fun.
That's awesome. And then what's the max risk per trade?
Okay, so the max risk is just whatever you pay for the trade. So again, 60, 70, whatever you pay for it, that's your risk. That's also what I love about it. The risk management is built in. So if you want to risk $100, risk $100. You want to risk 500, risk 500. Whatever you choose to risk, you set the trade up that way, and that's your risk.
That is awesome. So why don't you trade on Fridays? I know you said you trade Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It gives us 4 awesome trades a week. Why not Friday?
Okay, so trading over the weekend, it just gives you extra volatility. The weekend moves are typically the biggest, and it doesn't give you enough profit potential to overcome the extra volatility you're dealing with. So we just avoid that because we want to keep our win rate as high as possible. We want to keep our drawdown as low as possible. You can still trade on Fridays. We'll do probably a couple bonus trades. I'll teach you how to do it if you want to do it a little bit differently. But the core system, we want to keep our win rate as high as possible, our drawdown as low as possible, and that's Monday through Thursday. That works best for that.
Makes sense. Perfect. I don't know if your screen froze. Oh, there we go.
Sorry.
Oh, go back to 9.
There we go.
Okay, cool. How do we close the trade? Do we manually do that?
All right. With the automated exit, of course, you don't need to do anything to close the trade. That's my favorite part. I'll teach you how to do it step by step. And then once you get the trade set up, you just go to work. So in case it wasn't clear enough or you thought we were just kind of talking around it, no, it is actually works like that. You set up the trade Monday. So today you set up all the details. You don't touch it on Tuesday until you're ready for your next entry. It just does it for you completely automatically once you set up the trade. That's one of the coolest parts of trading this way.
Awesome. And then I've seen this one here in the chat. Is there any sort of guarantee or warranty with the program?
All right. Heck yes. Okay. So we're going to do a 100-day money back guarantee. And keep in mind, we're trading almost every day. So you get 100 days of real market activity. And, as you get near the end, so maybe you put up 50 trades with overnight options and decide, is this working? Is the education good? All that. If it's not for you, don't worry, get a full refund. I don't have any issues with that. We can part ways, friends. Like I always tell people, I'm not here to hold people hostage. Hey, Nate, I really hate your overnight options program. Well, too bad. You're in the next trade anyway. Like I want people who are excited about it, who want to be part of it, who are having fun, who are making money. So yes, of course, we have to keep some guidelines around it. So we did 100 days just to make sure you get a ton of opportunities to make sure that it is working for you.
So I could take the trades, I could do it, try it out for a few months, make a lot of money, and if I just want my money back, I could just call them, no sweat, guys. That's awesome. Nate, do you trade these with your own money?
Heck yes. I always wait a few minutes after the trade goes out, so I'm not going to trade in front of the member. So I send it out. I wait, give them a couple of minutes to make sure, but you better believe I'm getting into it right after that alert goes out. And so far, 11 for 12.
I love it. I love it. Now, what happens if I miss a trade? Maybe I go on vacation for a week or something.
Yeah, here's what I would suggest. If you are on, your honeymoon or your anniversary trip, just take the week off. We get up to 200 opportunities a year. You don't have to freak out if you're ever going to miss a single trade. My anniversary was yesterday, so it happened on a Sunday, so I didn't have to worry about the markets. But if we were out and it was, Monday at 3:30, I would just have one of our team members issue the alert to you. I wouldn't worry about missing one random trade. That's one of the benefits. Now, if it's a strategy that trades once a month, can't really do that. You kind of have to take every single opportunity to make the numbers work. On a daily strategy, you can miss a trade a month, and it's not the end of the world because the win rate and everything is still going to stack up over time. So don't worry if you miss one here or there. You can still trade overnight options.
Yeah, that's awesome. Do I have to be glued to the computer to take these entries and exits?
Okay, so both the entries and exits are actually very easy to manage. We talked a lot about the exit, but the entry is also easy to manage too because it's going to come right at 3:30 each day. And you just kind of keep your eye out from, say 320 to 340, still gives you plenty of time to get into the position and you can take advantage of it before the end for the closing bell each day.
Perfect. Are there any other methods that you can teach us in the master classes and trainings with these overnight options? If I want to learn, use them on some other tickers or some other
Okay, cool. So two things here. Number one, there's a couple other tickers you can use it on. I'll cover that. And there's also a little trick up my sleeve. This might be something you want to try a couple weeks down the road, but I'll still walk you through it, which actually increases the profit factor by, like 20 to 30% with a risk management trick that I'll show you as well.
Awesome. And is it going to cost $2,000 to join like most of the other services we do?
Well, I guess we've already covered this at this point, but nope, not 1997, guys. In case you thought it was still a typo, right now, founders can get in for $823 for the entire year with up to 200 trades. I don't know what the math on that is, like what, $4 a trade you can get. That's a pretty good deal.
That is awesome. Now, how do I set up my own overnight options in the stock market? How do I do that today?
All right, baby. Click that link. We will show you, get your membership locked in. I will see you guys in less than 45 minutes in the live class to
Okay, hopefully it's working. All right, guys, let me get off of the other screen. And I'm going to be answering some questions you guys have that came into the chat. And I have Graham and Nate on another chat where they're just going to be answering questions. They're currently out of the office, so I can't have them come back on here, but I'll answer guys' questions and streamline it to them. As long as you guys have some patience with me, we'll be sure to address everything. First question I saw come in a whole lot. So our team is going to be honoring the price. It looks like our order form is having a little bit of an issue. So if you guys are trying to get it online and you're noticing, oh my God, the price is not it, either leave your information below. I'll have our team call you first thing in the morning when they come in, and two, call in for our team and they will honor the price. And we are doing a lifetime /VIP only special. They are going to be having a special upgrade cost for you guys. So if you want to either get lifetime or you already have it and you want to upgrade to lifetime, give them a call and they are going to handle that for you. I'm also telling our team, anyone who purchased from the order form directly, to reach out to you guys to see if we can get you a refund. That might be a little bit of a delay while they're calling everybody, but just know that we did tell them to get you guys a refund for like the extra 100 or whatever the extra price is. Will they be live for a Thursday trade? I have no idea. Let me ask them real quick. Can you do another masterclass soon? And I had a few of you guys ask about seeing the tracker. I will show that in a second. I just want to double check to see if I'm missing any answers from Nate. I'm sending him photos of everything so he can answer them for me while he's currently out. Let's see, market is closed. Yep, wait until tomorrow to get in on your trade if you guys get it. The online price for lifetime. Mark, I'm not 100% sure. I did confirm with our team though. If you call them, they will get you the price for lifetime and all of that stuff. Manny, I'm not 100% sure. It's going to be one of those call-in specials. I reached out to the person directly in charge of sales and told her to get you guys something for our technical difficulties. So if you call the team at that number, which I'll drop it a few more times, just give me a second. If you call the team, say, hey, I'm on the webinar for Nate. The price isn't working. What's the price for this? They will get you some special discounts. I just got to snag that number. Give me a quick second. My chat is kind of freaking out a little bit. And like I said, I'll show you guys the members portal and the tracker and everything all in a second. Just give me 1 second to snag that. Oh gosh. Okay. There is that. Again, guys, if you want me to have our team call you, please just leave your information. Only I can see it. So we can get that. Let me see. Oh gosh, I just broke my chat. Okay. Give me a few minutes just to snag that. Okay, cool. So I'm going to go and snag a few numbers really quick for our team, and then I will answer guys' questions. So just give me a few minutes and I will get those going. Give me 1 second. You know, let me open up on a different browser. That might help. Okay. Let's see. And yeah, normally we run promos like this. We usually do 24 hours, but if you're on this, leave your information and I will have our team extend the offer, at least until they get through all of you. So if you guys are on this call, do that. And I'm also going to be checking YouTube real quick too. So if anybody has that, but for YouTube, you probably don't want to publicly share your information. So if you want to just give our team a call, let them know, hey, I'm on Nate's sales call. What is the price for this? They are going to handle that for you. And let me see. Thank you guys for being a bit patient with this. We usually don't have technical difficulties, but it looks like the order form that we have is a little bit broken. If between calling the 904 and the 321 number, honestly, you can call either one. The 904 is Graham's number for all of his services. Nate is the other one, but you can call either one. They will get through. Let's see, am I missing anybody's information? Okay, I got that one. I think there's just one more I need to snag. And again, just not to repeat myself, just as a reminder, in case anybody's kind of like just joining, the order form does have the wrong price. If you call our team at the number listed, they will go ahead and honor that for you. Okay, so I think I got everyone's information. Oh, yep, got one more. Question about Roger's offer. Yep, same information. So same phone number and everything. Press 1, let them know, hey, I want to talk about Roger Scott's, and I will get them to do that as well. And also, you guys may notice that the call isn't, that the number may not be going through. We're either tied up or they're starting to close out for the day. So seriously, just drop your information for me. I will handle that. I'm just double checking to make sure I haven't missed anybody. Let's see. Miss the free trade room. Nope, but it is on YouTube too. if you guys missed that, we did stream on YouTube. We're actually still streaming on YouTube. So they can. We're still streaming on YouTube in case anybody wants to watch that. Okay. Perfect. Let me open up YouTube really quick just to make sure I didn't miss anybody. And then I will show you guys all that good stuff. Just give me 1 second to get everything all nice and situated. Again, thanks for being patient. I know these usually tend to go a bit smoother. We didn't actually plan to show anything from Nate. We just happened to be showing it because a lot of you guys were interested. Let's see. And James, I'm making a note just so they know to get you that credit for you, okay? All right, Brad, I got your information as well. Oops. Okay, guys, once I check YouTube, I'll take you through the 1-click and show you the tracker and all that stuff. Just give me 1 second to snag all of that. I just don't want to accidentally miss anybody because that would be my luck, is I would forget to grab somebody and you guys are just waiting and waiting and waiting for an offer that we, special promo. Okay, let me check YouTube. And if you guys can hear my dogs barking, which I hope you can't, they're just saying hi. Wait, let me see. Do I have anything from YouTube yet? Okay, so it looks like I'm good there. So let me show you guys how to open up a 1-click. And in case you are completely new, 1-click is the service we use for our trading. Lucky, leave your phone number or email and I will have them reach out to you. Have these trains ever been assigned? I believe they have, yes. Right. And Nathan is going to be doing another masterclass. I don't have the exact time, but he'll get that scheduled out. And Jared, who's in charge of his services, will get you guys an email. So we will have another masterclass since so many people are interested in it. He's going to be doing another one. Let me open up 1-click really quick so I can show you guys that. And gosh, let me close out some extra tabs so you guys don't be a little bit laggy as I'm doing all of this stuff. I would hate for me to think I'm doing something on time and you guys are just like watching my mouse lag. 1 second. Okay. Oh, perfect. Lucky, I will snag that information. And again, only I can see your information. No one else can. If you guys have any questions about the services, I'm sending them to Nate. Do I know how much VIP lifetime is? VIP is going to be having a special promo. So you're either going to have to contact our team or I can have them contact you and they will get you a special price for that. Okay, so I got everyone's information so far. And normally we have what VIP and everything costs, but because this little technical difficulty, we're going to be offering guys just like a little bit of an extra discount on that. I don't know what it is. I'm leaving it up to Caitlin, who's our sales manager, to determine, but we're going to be giving you guys something for that. All right. Weird, Robert. I will check with them. Might be a little bit of a disconnect there. All right. Give me 1 second to share what my screen is. Let's see. Snag that. Snag that. Wait, I don't think you guys can see what oh, there it is. Okay, so you guys can see what my screen is. Give me a quick second to pull up the chat on the side so I can see it. Oh gosh. Yep, they are 100% guarantee. Oh god, chat just lost its mind. Give me a second. Is VIP pairs having a promo? No. It is not. Repeat was able to join. I paid VIP. Was the price wrong? Jim, I don't know what the price for VIP is. The head of sales just told me to have you guys call in and she will handle it. So I'm not 100% sure what the VIP is, but I will check with them. Either way, if you're gonna have to call in for all that offer and everything. Hey, let me just double check with her. It is a 100-day back guarantee. Jim, can you drop your information again for me just so I can make sure I have it? Okay, yeah, Jim, drop your email real quick and then I will have them reach out. What it was. All right, and I'm verifying on the pricing real quick too. Like I said, I have no idea. I tend to not handle Nate's products, so I'm rarely on his sales calls either, so I don't know what it is, but I will get you guys the best answers I can while the team is still kind of online. And I'll ask Nate for some questions on that. In case you guys missed it, I'm just verifying with Caitlin to see if there is a special. My understanding was that there was going to be, but yeah, I will double check. Is Nate not going to join? No, Nate had to go and leave. He's doing something else. So I'm just going to be answering the questions. I'm filtering it to him and him and Graham. And yes, Wayne, there is a replay. It's on YouTube. You guys will be sent out links as well. All right, so you guys can see my screen. Let me show you real quick what this looks like. Oops, typing the wrong thing. Okay. So this is what one click looks like if you guys are completely new. Yep, Caitlin Kirks is still the team. She's the one who I'm asking about pricing, but she has yet to get back to me on it. We have Caitlin Kirks is still the team. Yep, this is under the Prosperity Pup umbrella. So this is your low members area, in case you guys are completely new. Here is your trade tracker. You have that game plan Nate was talking about. This is where you would access your master classes. Here is where you access any new ones. Here is the previous one. And then Nate's Telegram. But if you guys are newer to options and you don't know where to get started, if you let our team know, they will send you a bunch of resources, or you can send me an email and I have a bunch of resources I can send you too that will just help you kind of understand options better, get started with options. I'll drop my email in case you guys actually don't have it. I keep forgetting how many of you guys are actually on these calls from the other gurus. So either you have it or you don't have it. But there is that. Am I not sharing my screen? Can you guys let me know in the chat if you can see my screen? It's showing me that people can see it, but it's possible that maybe only I can see it. Just let me know in the chat. Okay, yes, yes, yes. Yep, we see it, we see it. It might be a Zoom thing. If you go up to your very top, it's going to ask you to see a view. It might be focused just on the speaker and not on the actual screen. If you just hit like the general or whatever the default is, that should take you right back to everything. I know sometimes it just focuses just on video and that's all it's going to be. But now I should be able to handle it for you. Yep, I'm going to show the trade tracker in a second. I just want to make sure one, you guys see my screen, but also that you guys knew what one click looked like. Because I know a lot of you guys are not actually ever in these services. You came from one of our free lists, so you've never been in one click. This is essentially what one click is. It's where we send our alerts and everything. Trade tracker, let me show you guys that really quick so you guys can see. It's going to be a little bit slow on loading because I'm streaming. But that is his win rate, his losers, and then all that percentages for you guys. All right, and I'll leave that up just for a second while I double check to see if anyone got back to me yet. All right. Scroll down. Yeah, let me show you guys some of the older trades so you guys can see. So this is when the service started. These are all of his tests. and his trades that he was taking himself. And I'm going a little bit fast. It's just you never want to give away a bunch of freebies, but I can slow down just a little bit. So as you guys can see, it kind of goes back a little bit. Nate likes to do a lot of research before he drops a product. So that's what that guy looks like. Let me scroll back up just a little bit so you guys can see that. And then I can show you guys what an older trade looks like, just in case you want to see what everything is. And again, if you guys are interested in the program, please give our team a call. I will drop that number in a second. I just want to snag that. All right. Does that make sense for the tracker at all? Is this not the trading? Let me see. Is this not the trading Nate is doing when we signed up? I already signed up. Jim, he's going to be hosting another masterclass soon because there's so much interest in it. So you guys will be getting another class request in a few days. He's pretty good about getting it within the next day or two, but you guys are probably going to be having a training either next week or the week after. Taking advantage, we can see Nate's dividend portfolio. Yeah, I can grab that real quick and then I'll come back to this. In case you guys are wondering, Dividends Forever is just a program that Nate has that focuses on dividends. We don't really do much with it. It's one that used to be under Celeste Lindman, and then Nate oversees it now. Nate was originally the one who helped it come up with it, hence why he has it now. Some of you guys may have heard of it, but this is not the thing we have an offer for, but you guys can still call in and get it if you'd like. I used to manage this one, so I know a little bit about it, but I don't know too much. Oh gosh, I'm in the wrong area. Oh, I'll still get in. Let's see. I have to remember what everything is called. Give me a second with that one. I know one of these shows every single thing that they're currently holding, and the other one is a bunch of updates. I just can't remember what they're called, so give me 1 second. Oops. Dividends. Oh, we also have dividends for life. I do not remember what the difference is. Celeste retired. There we go. Okay, that's what I was looking for. And I don't know what dividends for life is. That one is not something that I manage, but you can call our team and they can explain the difference to you guys. But essentially, obviously I don't want to actually go too slow because I'm actually showing something, but that is your dividends for life portfolio. So that's your trade tracker. You get regular letters, regular master classes, things like that. I know it's not super in depth, but again, there is another dividends thing called Dividends for Life. I have no idea what that is about, but if you call our team, they can get you all that information, get you the track record and all that stuff. Let me see what else we have. If anyone else has any other questions, please let me know and I will snag that. Let me stop sharing for a second. All right. And again, if you guys want anyone to call you from my team, please let me know. And I'm still waiting on Caitlin to confirm if we're doing a VIP promo or not. I might have misunderstood Nate and everyone when I said that, but we usually at least do some discount. At least it's different from what the retail price is. The retail price is always going to be like $4,000 or $5,000. And I know they're probably not charging you guys $4,000 or $5,000, but we will snag that in a second. And let me grab that number real quick too. Does Trading Pub offer a big umbrella for all of our services? Yeah, if you call our team, we have this thing called All Access, and they're available per our expert, but they can get you into every single expert. What the All Access is it is every single product that our traders offer, again, by Guru. So you would have Lance's All Access, Roger's All Access, Chris's All Access, all that stuff. And you have a lifetime membership of all of those stuff. It is still completely transferable. You get quarterly or monthly meetings based on the expert, and you have a at least once a year in-person event with them that you can attend. Gosh, I am really losing that phone number. Give me 1 second. Oh, it's asking for German. That is a browser setting. The website is based in Germany. It's still a company that we work with slash we. So the company is a partner with that company. So they are still us. We're not giving your information to anybody else. But the servers are based in Germany. That's essentially it. I'm sorry, that's a really long way of explaining that. I never know how to explain it in a way that doesn't freak people out, because why is it popping up in German? It's essentially just because that some browsers pick it up, others do not. All right, let me get into that. Oh, gosh. Okay, and I have that phone number one more time for you guys. Let me see, what else am I missing? And please let me know if I'm missing any questions. I'm going to open up YouTube on my phone really quick just to double check that I didn't miss anything on YouTube. Oops. Wrong. Really opening up all the wrong links. I'm sorry. All right, looks like YouTube is all good. I haven't missed anything yet. But again, if anyone on YouTube has any questions, please let me know. I have that open. I can get Nate on it. May I see the tracker for overnight again? I was away from my phone. Oh, overnight options? Yeah, give me 1 second. I can snag that. Let's see. You guys should be able to see my screen again. And if you guys are new, this is what your one-click portal looks like. And I can show you what an old trade looks like too, just so you guys can see what that format is. So this is the trade tracker. When it opens up, it is a little bit slow just because I'm streaming. It's not gonna be this slow for you guys. It's just because I'm streaming that it's doing that. Steven, I don't know if he's going live for this Thursday, but he is going to be doing another masterclass soon. So guys, this is your trade tracker. I'll keep it up just for a second while I check comments. Let me see what we got. All right. So there was that. Did anyone else have any other questions regarding that? How many options at a time? That's a really good question. I want to say it's one, but let me verify with them real quick. Let's see. And again, if you guys are kind of new, I don't manage any of Nate's products, so I don't know the answers off the top of my head. I'm just kind of helping out. Yep, Graham says one. So it is only one option at a time. So it's pretty user-friendly and beginner. Let's see. I'm giving you your guys' average hold time too. This is one of the programs that we tend to have for people when you're a bit newer. It just helps you kind of ease into options a little bit better. And Nate is really good at getting those courses and teaching and everything. Yes, one pair. What is the name of the service for Roger at the beginning? That is True Trend Pro. Let me show you guys True Trend Pro real quick. This one I manage. So this one I know very well. Yep, they are overnight usually. All right, True Trend Pro. Okay, so this one I can answer a bit more questions about because I actually manage Roger Scott's. All right, so this is your True Trend Pro. I'm just going to go through what it looks like real quick, and then I will actually show you guys the tracker and everything. This is your trade tracker. You have a scanner code with this. I don't remember if Roger mentioned that, or people probably forgot. Scanner code. And then with Rogers, he is really incredible where you have a full how to understand options course. I want to say this one is taught by Celeste, but it might be Roger. It's been a while since I've gone through this. But it goes through everything you need. And on top of that, we still have additional courses available if you give us a call or you send me an email and I can snag those for you. And then we have a historic hit list. And then we have the master classes. So you have the first master classes are with Celeste, because again, a lot of you may have known, but this used to be a Celeste product prior to her retiring. And her and Roger were working on it together, which is why it went straight to Roger. It is, and I'll show you what one trade looks like so you can actually see that. Actually, historical trade alerts, I'll show you these because they're older and you guys cannot get into it. Yes, I can show you the overnights as well. So this is pretty much what your trade alerts look like. I'll kind of go through just a few so you guys can see it. And if anybody needs that Roger link, I can snag that one again. Once I'm done sharing, I'll go and grab that. So these are pretty much what they look like. They're pretty in depth. And Roger, again, he's really incredible where if you have a question, he is going to address it. Just send him an email. Honestly, his average email rate is like he'll get back to you within 15 minutes as long as he's not live. He's insane about answering his email. I'm sure anyone who's emailed him will tell you that. He actually has time booked on his calendar just to answer emails that like we can't schedule him over unless like we actually have to. He's incredible about answering emails. So you guys can ask him literally, hey, why did you do this? How do you get in? He will tell you. If you say, hey, I'm stuck at getting out, what do I do? He'll help you get there. And let me show you one of Nate's too. I just realized I never showed you what a Nate alert looks like. Give me a second. Yeah, as long as this is a good thing. Don't ask him customer service questions. For that one, you can call customer service or you can email me. But other than that, he will answer that. Only reason Roger doesn't deal with customer service. It's just he can't access your guys' account information or anything. That's something that me and customer service can. So if you contact us, we can address it for you. Let me see. Overnight options. Sorry, all these products that my brain's going to, I almost went to a Lance product. Okay. And let me go to an old alert so you guys can see what that looks like. I don't want to give you one that's still active. I would feel pretty bad about that. As you guys can see, you get quite a lot with Nate. Okay, so this is what an entry alert looks like. So you have full lovely little details. And then you have the little one-click thing right here where you can actually do this. This is going to be connected with Tasty Trade, I want to say in Q2, so in the next 2-3 months or so. And you guys will be able to take the trade directly from your brokerage right here. As of right now, it's just going to be Tasty Trade, but we are going to add additional as well. I am not going to be in the in-person. I have COVID, so I can't travel down there. But his next in person, I'll go down to Florida so you guys can hang out with me and Lance. Oh, and Rogers. I don't know if I'm going to be in Rogers. I might be in Rogers. I'm not 100% sure yet, but I'm not going to be in Lance's, which is going to be next week. Sorry, I totally misread that, Kevin. Yeah, with Rogers, I may or may not be there. I'm not 100% sure. They'll kind of let me know. But yeah, this is what an old alert looks like. Here, let me get off share real quick so I can snag a few more of your guys' emails. And again, if you want our team to call you about any of these services, please drop your information and I will snag that for you. Yep, and Nate's only one alert each week. Rogers is 2, and I forgot I have to go get you guys Rogers order form. Give me 1 second. I can grab that. Sorry about that. Wait, had to go through 100 chats to find it. And that is Roger's order form as well. Perfect, Sandra. And if you want me to make sure someone calls you, please let me know and I will get them to reach out. Caitlin has not gotten back to me yet on anything. She hasn't come back to me on anything yet. I'm not sure if she's still working at this point. But if you guys are at least interested in VIP, I can take your information and let you know. Manny, I will let Matt know. Matt actually handles that directly. Let's see. Dawn, did you purchase overnight options all access? Like you ordered the VIP of it? Mike, I will send your information to Jeffrey. I'm not sure if he's working as of right now, so it might be tomorrow, but I will send him a message real quick. Let's see. Do I have anything? Oh, gosh. Also, I'm so sorry you guys can hear me typing. I know I'm like the world's loudest typer. Okay. What is this meeting about? Well, originally it was just a little round table, and then we ended up going into a few sales presentations. Oh, Dawn, you didn't purchase overnight options by itself. You thought you got all access. Dawn, can you drop your email real quick? Let me go see what your one-click portal has for you. And I can kind of help you a little bit more there. I just have to look up the email on your account, and I can at least see what you have associated with that account. It might be confusing because we have this thing where for some reason everyone uses all access, lifetime, and VIP all at the same time, depending on who you ask. And all access is actually the Diamond Club, which a lot of you guys may be more familiar with, where you own every single thing by an expert. And then lifetime and VIP are everyone else. Oh, so you have Jeffrey Turnmeyer's all access. So you have Jeffrey's, you don't have Nate's. You do have a few of Nate's products, but you don't have this program. If you want, I can have our team call you or send you an email regarding getting either of these Nate programs, but you don't have this one. That might be the confusion, yeah. Let me see. Yes, Morris, we did do that during the first part of this call, around 3 to 4. And then we showed Roger's products, True Trend Pro, and then we showed Nate's. And I'm just kind of here answering any questions you guys have. It's all in the replay on YouTube. I don't have access to all of the trades as of right now. He didn't give away a wiretap, no. Wiretap members were alerted of it, but he did not give away anything. His favorite stock though of 2025 is TKO, if that answers your question. That's the one that Nate gave out, and then I'm sorry, that's the one that Lance gave out. I don't remember what Nate and everyone else gave out, but we do have that replay on YouTube where they actually go through everything. Lance, he said TKO is a stock. He didn't actually give a proper option. I don't think anybody gave a proper option. It was just what their stock they're looking at for this year is. Yes, you can use any brokerage with overnight options. TKO was Lance's favorite. So the wrestling stock, which honestly probably didn't surprise anybody that TKO was his favorite Trump stock right now, but it's TKO. Oh, thank you. Nate was CCJ and OKE. I'm gonna drop that number a few more times. But again, if you guys want our team to call you, please let me know. And I can take your information. You've already dropped it, I already have it. But if anybody's still kind of hanging out and just wants our team to call them about any product, please let me know. Yes, there is a replay on YouTube. I can snag that link in a second. And all of our experts are going to be posting the replay on their Telegram. So you're going to get the YouTube link on the Telegrams as well. As you'll see, we're still streaming to YouTube right now. Just in case anybody on YouTube had any questions or wants to be part of this, I kind of kept it open. Let me snag that. Oh gosh, so many wrong things. I actually have no COVID symptoms. So other than the fact that my throat sounds a little bit funny and my face is a little bit more swollen than you guys are used to, I have no symptoms. I just have a weird swollen face right now. That is the YouTube link, but again, they're going to be dropping it on Telegram as well. So you guys will get that probably tomorrow when all the schedules go out. Yep, Thomas, I can get that emailed over to you. All right, let me see. Do I have any more questions? I see someone raise their hand, but I can't actually do anything with a raised hand, unfortunately. So if you guys want to just drop your question in the chat, only I can see it. So I can address those. Let's see. And Dawn, if you're interested in, and I think I already said this, but if you're interested in either program from Nate or Roger, wow, I almost said Lance, for Nate or Roger, I can have our team members reach out to you as well. Robert, let me see if I got my email. Any idea how I can get Lance's Tesla trades video? Yeah, you're gonna be emailed a replay automatically. So you will be getting a replay of his Tesla call today. I sent you my email address. Oh, let me check, Robert. Do I have yours? You know what, Robert? I don't think I got it. I think the chat might have hid it from me. Are you able to send me your email one more time, please? Sorry about that. When a chat kind of goes crazy, Zoom for some reason starts deleting stuff, which is why a lot of times we don't actually see your question. You think we're ignoring you, but like we're trying to go through the chat as it's like deleting stuff. It's kind of the worst thing. And then we see it after when we download the chat at the end of all this. So it's never really a fun thing. I'm going to drop Roger's link too, just in case anybody wants that. Roger's link does work. So if you guys still want the $97, we can grab that. Steven, I will snag your information really quick. And if anybody really wants to see what one click looks like or another portal or has a question about any other service, please let me know. Yep, Dawn, I will have our team reach out to you then. Give me a second just to double check that I have your, yep, I still have your email. I will have someone reach out as well to you. I'm so glad you guys actually love these services and are little round table. We are going to be organizing it a little bit better this time around. Sorry, next time around. So it's not going to be as chaotic. I know this was a little chaotic with, I think we had 7 gurus and then we had Sarah. We're going to keep it to about 2 or 3. So it's going to have a lot more back and forth. You guys can actually ask questions a little bit better. So we're going to organize it. We're thinking monthly, but if you guys want it sooner, we could totally do that. I'm going to buy Jack Carter's diamond with Nick later. When is Jack live? You mean his, like, I know he's live to, you know what? Let me double check. More round tables, absolutely. Let me check when Jack's live. I swear I saw he's live tomorrow. Could be wrong. Swear I saw it though. Let me check that real quick for you, Omar. Yes, I can have our team reach out to you as well. I just snagged your email. Okay. Awesome. Tuesday for Nivea. So he is live tomorrow. Is tomorrow? No, Wednesday. Wow, I really don't know what day of the week it is right now. All right, guys, give me 1 second and I will see when Jack is live. Just have to open it up on my little tabby. Oh gosh, now it's loading too fast. All right. Let me see what we got. Oh gosh, this is loading really slow. Okay, so let's see. I have Roger live Friday, Lance Friday, Nate Friday, Chris Friday, Jeffrey, Alex Friday. Jack is live on Thursday at 2 p.m. And I can snag you that link real quick if you want to save it. So Friday, no, sorry, Thursday. So tomorrow at 2 p.m. There is that. Oh, his in-person. Jack's in-person is next week. I want to say he's on the 23rd and it's going to be in Florida, but they have a virtual component. So you're going to be getting an email as well with your, it is, yeah. I think there's still time to actually get in if you want to make it in person, but they are doing virtual too. So you will get a link that you can join the call with. Here, let me message Delaney real quick, who's in charge of that for him, and we will grab that. Will there be a replay of the roundtable? Yes, it is on YouTube. If you are in any of our experts Telegrams channels, you will be getting it as well. And I'm actually recording this part, streaming it too. So you're also going to be getting this. But yes, the replay is on YouTube actually right now. It's just continuing to stream. And Omar, they are going to be sending you your event link. It is just going to be a Zoom link that you're going to join in and they're going to be streaming it. Oh, well, thank you, Sean. I just got your message. I don't know why I didn't just check Slack instead of actually trying to load it forever. Everyone say thank you, Sean, for being a good assistant for me because I did not see his message until now. All right, let me see. Do I have any more questions? Milton, I see that you raised your hand, but I don't see any question for you. Would you mind dropping in the chat so I can address that? Sorry, anytime you guys raise your hand, I can't actually see anything. Did I get it now? Robert, let me see if I got your email now. Let me see. If you guys are sending me emails, I'm just opening my email right now. Omar, they have a really great event planned virtually too. Ed, you might be able to join Lance's event the 2 days before. Just give our team a call. All right, and somebody emailed me about Discord. I'm emailing Chris real quick to see if I can get that Discord. I think he might have logged out for the day because, you know, little baby. But, oh, Robert, yes, I did get your email in the chat. Yep. Sorry, I thought you meant you sent me an email just to verify. Yeah, no, I did get that. I'm sorry. All right, and I'm still seeing Milton's hand raised. Milton, if you have a question, please just drop it in the chat and I can address that. Right, let me check YouTube to see what we got. Right, looks like YouTube is still good. But again, if you guys have any questions, I can be here for as long as you need me to answer them. Again, Roger, I say Robert, Roger is having his $97 sale. I want to say we're only extending it either tonight at midnight or tomorrow. So if you guys want to get in, this is the best time to get in. And again, it's only $97. You know what? I should start calling him Robbie to see what he does. I think Roger might be mad at me, but do you know if there's a way to save in the webinar chat? There is not, Jim. But if you'd like, I can email you something. Just let me know what you need me to email you and your email address. Do any of the gurus have a Discord? Yes. So Chris has a Discord, which is open to the public. And I don't know it, but I can definitely get it. And Jeffrey has a Discord. I don't know if Tom has a Discord. I want to say Tom might have a Discord, but I know for sure Jeffrey and Chris do. And then everyone else is on Telegram. And Jeffrey's is a members only Discord. You can join if you're not a member, but you can't be approved to see anything. I think you can see like they have a good news channel. So everyone's like shares their wins. I think that's all you can see if you're not a member of anything. Let me see. Am I missing anything? Who handles billing? Our team does, but if you drop your email, I can go and have someone email you your billing statements for you. Let me stack my water real quick. But yeah, just drop your email and I can have someone email you. And sorry if I'm sounding a bit repetitive, guys. COVID is still kind of impacting my brain where I'm repeating myself. I'm a lot better than I was Monday. If any of you were on Lance's call where I was like literally repeating myself 4 times in a row and he let me for some reason. I'll screenshot the chat. Okay. Yeah, Jim, just let me know if anything does come up though and you want me to send you a link. I'm going to drop my email one more time in case anybody wants to send me something. Let me see. I will have them email you your invoice in a second. Oops. Copying the wrong thing. Yep, I'll have them email you in a second. They might email you tomorrow morning when they all get in. I'm trying to see who is currently hanging out so I can send them an email, but I cannot tell who's currently live. I think right now it might just be Sean and I because Sean's hanging out with me. So hi, Sean, again. There we go. I don't know that's loading. Let me check YouTube again just to make sure. Looks like we still have 7 friends on YouTube hanging out with us. If anybody again has a question on YouTube, please drop it, or you can just kind of hang out. It can be a little background noise for you. Sean, I just said thanks for hanging out with me. It's true. Lance, Nate, Graham, Alex, Jeff, and Jack don't have direct access via Discord or email. How do you contact them directly? With a lot of our experts, eventually they can give you an email. I know Chris sometimes gives it. Lance never opens his email, honestly, which is why you always get my email instead of Lance's. He just never opens emails. He barely opens Slack messages from us. Nate sometimes gives his email. Graham never does. Jeff usually does, and Alex usually does. I don't know about Jack, but if you reach out to me, I can always ask them if they'll give out their email and forward, or at least forward it to them and forward you their response. Chris does have a Discord. I don't know what it is though. I'm looking through messages and he never sent it to me. But if you send me an email and ask for it, I can ask Chris what his Discord is. So just shoot me an email saying, hey, can I get Chris's Discord? And when he sends it to me, I will snag that. All right. Let's see. It looks like YouTube's pretty good on questions. So there's still 125 of you guys here. Again, I don't mind hanging out. If you guys just want to hang out. But I can answer any questions you guys have. Does Lance, Nate, or Graham have an email? They don't have an email available for public, but if you send me an email, I can go ahead and forward it over to them. I can drag that. Sometimes they say, hey, can you just hand them over my email? Other times they never do. Yep, so Chris does answer on his Discord directly too. We just have to wait a little bit because sometimes Chris waits a little bit to get back on Discord. So guys, I'm just plugging in my laptop, or else it's gonna kick you all out. Jeffrey answers via Discord too. Roger uses his emails and it's very quick on answering. He is a little brief. He doesn't like to give you too much information, but if you do need more information, he's pretty good about giving it to you. Let's see what we got. Okay, I think that is all the questions. I can hang out for a few more minutes though if you guys have anything and I might have missed it. Just let me know. Let's see. And Tony, I will get our information over. Yep, mine is Deanna V at Tracking Pub, but not Trading Pub, Tracking Pub. I have no idea why they gave me a Tracking Pub email, but mine's a Tracking Pub email. And again, if anybody wants our team to give them a call about either services, so we have Rogers or, yep, that is the right email. Like I said, if anybody has any questions or wants any of the order forms, I can drop Rogers again. And again, we're only offering that True Trend Pro $97 discount. I want to say for the next either midnight tonight or the next day. So it's like definitely get in while you can. $97 for 1 month. You get the 14-day money back guarantee. Can definitely try it. As you saw in the chat, everybody's obsessed with Rogers product. I could talk about that one if anybody wants. Or we have Nate's overnight options, and our team can get you information about that and pricing. Again, I don't know what lifetime is. Caitlin has not gotten back to me yet, but I can at least get our information and have our team call you on that one. Bye, Omar. Hope you have a good day. I will probably see you on one of our calls probably tomorrow. Let me see. Oh, it looks like lifetime is $2,620. So it's about half the price of what the retail is going for. So they are offering a discount on it. I know it doesn't seem like a discount because you guys are always used to like the 1997. But that's about half the price that we off Rogers order form. Give me 1 second to snag that for you guys. See what that one is. I'm just gonna pull up my phone and snag it. 1 billion and 7 messages. Maybe we're organized. There we go. Oh, I should have actually memorized this one. I'm a little bit embarrassed I didn't. rogerscott.com/97. Don't know how to remember his name and the number 97. That is the order form. Thomas, yep, I can get you that as well. Like I said, Rogers is a 97 deal right now. It's only going to be a good deal for the next, I want to say 24 hours or around that point. I know Nate wants to shut it out pretty quickly. But if you guys are on this call, I'll have them honor the 97 for 1 month. That's not a big deal at all. Or if you want me to take your information, I can have our team give you a call on that one. And it looks like overnight options is 2,620 for VIP, which again, that's about half of the retail price. So you still get a little bit of a promo there. I'm not sure if Caitlin might be offering additional on that or not. She has not gotten back to me, but there is that. That is the VIP for Nate's program. Let me see if I can look up what Rogers is. Give me 1 second. Rogers is, I know they sent it to me earlier. Rogers VIP is $991. If you call our team, we're having a telesales special on it. So if you want to be in Rogers True Trend Pro, the VIP is $991, which, as Roger has mentioned, is about 1/4 or 1/5 of the retail price. It is an extremely amazing deal. And that also has a 14-day money-back guarantee. Well, Nate's is a 100-day guarantee. I know I kind of jumped around a little bit. Rogers is 14-day money-back guarantee. Nate is 100. So you guys can still try out the programs as long as you fall within the terms. Then you can refund. Oh, Ron, we had so much fun. So this was originally a roundtable where our experts were just answering questions, but then we did a little Roger Scott pitch for $97 for True Trend Pro for 1 month, or the VIP for $991, which if you want information on that, I can get it to you. Or Nate has overnight options for, I forgot what prices. Overnight options for sorry, excuse me as I snag that. Overnight options for $923. The order form though is ordering a different price, so our team will honor that if you give them a call. Or I can take your information and have them call you back. Or if you just want more information about it, I can have our team call you and tell you, hey, this is what the promos were, if you're interested. There's also a replay on YouTube in case you want to watch it. But at least if you're interested in getting the pricing, I can definitely get that. Let me see, Tony, what's your question? Oh, because yeah, the pit is a Telegram only. So you have to be in Telegram to get that. Yeah, that might be a issue with the naming of it. I think sometimes we put them on order forms together and people get confused. If anyone's interested, the trading pit is a Roger Scott product where you're essentially in his trade room. He goes over various trades, and I can talk about that a little bit or show you guys what that looks like if you'd like. That is a Telegram only channel, so you only get your alerts via Telegram for that one. But don't tell you that it happens. Honestly, it's the name. It's definitely not you. You're not a goof. It was probably our mistake when we were making some marketing. We probably didn't specify very well. Let me see. Do we got any more questions? A lot of you guys are still in here, so I don't want to either ignore you guys. I can show you guys a bunch of things if you'd like. As mentioned, it's been 4 hours, so I can hang out here as long as you guys need. Let me see what we got. I'll actually check YouTube real quick in case anybody's still on YouTube. We still got people hanging out with us on YouTube, so we still got some friends there. Oh, cool. Someone gave us a heart on YouTube. That's so nice. Okay, cool. So Jeff is going to be joining us in overnight options. It's like we got that, but we still have 6 of you on YouTube and we got over 100 in this room. So, oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Tony. Did we get you taken care of though? Like we were able to get you into a good program that works for you? And let's snag Roger's order form one more time in case anybody wants to join that. I'm seeing some interest in that. And I can go over that too, just in case anybody wants. Was it 97? Is that the price it was? Oh, yep, 97. Will do, Sean. I think it's about to wrap up here soon, but I would hate to just close out a room of 100 people in case anyone still wants to hang out or has a question and they're just waiting to word it. Or hey, we're 100 people's background noise. It's all the same, really. Can you post that YouTube link? Yeah, I can post that YouTube link. Give me a second to snag that. And you guys are noticing we're still live on YouTube. So if anyone has any questions in the YouTube chat, please let us know. If anyone wants to hang out, there is that. If anyone on YouTube, because I know I didn't post the phone number or the chat link. If anyone on YouTube wants to get in on either Roger Scott's program, overnight options, dividends forever, or anything else we went through today, please give our team a call, let them know. Or if you like, you guys have my email, you can send me an email and I can get them to you. Actually, let me drop my email real quick in the YouTube chat in case anybody is still alive there and just wants to hang out. Just send me an email with any questions you have. And I can get our team on it or I can answer you depending on what it is. But there is my email as well. See, looks like we're about it. So that's going to be all the questions. And I'm just going to hang out for the next 5 minutes or so. And I'll let you guys go. But like I said, if you guys have any questions, I can be here as long as you need me to answer any questions. And I'll drop my email too here in case anybody wants to send me an email instead of having me answer in the chat. Let me check my email real quick and see what we got. If you guys email me about Chris's Discord, I just sent him a message to see if I can get it. He hasn't gotten back to me yet, but he will definitely get back to me with that Discord link and I will reply to you guys once I get it. Yes, Tori, we are actually doing a live on YouTube. But if you'd like, let me drop that link. And it's also gonna be posted in everyone's Telegram sometime tomorrow. But if you would like, because we gave out some promotions today, if you want any of our team members just to call you and see if you're interested in them once after you watch everything, let me know so I can tell them to hold that pricing for you. I don't know when the pricing is going to close out. But if you're interested in either Roger Scott's True Trend Pro for $97, well, I can get the order form for that one. But if you're interested in that one, I can tell our team to hold it out for you. Or if you are interested in Nate Tucci's overnight options, I can have them hold that pricing for you because we're doing a call only pricing on that one. But if you just want me to drop your email to them or your phone number, please just drop in here and I can send that. Sorry, still talking a bit in a circle. I think I still have some COVID brain left in me. Tori, you're not actually on here, so I can't see you talk or anything. So you're just chat only. So no one can see you or hear you. And if anybody wants me to send their information over, please, please, please drop it in the chat and I can have our team reach out to you sometime tomorrow. YouTube is today. So we're streaming live right now. So once I hit finish on this, then it closes out and everything is still there. So it's that YouTube link. That's where your replay is. Bill, I see that you're raising your hand, but I don't see a question. If you want to just type that in the chat so I can be sure to address it, that would be super great. I don't want you to feel like I'm ignoring you. I just can't see anything other than that. Given a link for the replay today, says it expired. Oh, you're probably given the Zoom link. No, the Zoom link is not a replay link. The replay is on YouTube right there. Like I said, it's gonna be on everyone's Telegram channel too. So you'll get it on Telegram in case you don't grab it here. Or you can just search in Financial Wars on YouTube and you'll see it. I'm also going to change the name of it to have all of our experts' names. So if you just like type in Roger Scott or something tomorrow morning, it's going to pop up on YouTube right there. And Roger's going to be sharing on his Telegram and email and everything. And I see a lot of you guys actually just popped in. So if anybody is interested, Roger Scott is doing oh, sorry, I'm reading and typing. Roger Scott is doing a $97 promotion on True Trend Pro. And I can go over True Trend Pro again on one click if you guys would like. True Trend Pro is absolutely incredible. If anyone is in, excuse me, slow some COVID, I guess. If anyone is in Graham Lindman's On the Clock Stocks, it's a very similar, it's not a very similar strategy, but it's a very similar concept where they're doing things that focus on history. I can't remember how far back True Trend Pro goes. He mentioned it in the webinar and I just am blanking right now. But it focuses on seasonalities. I can show you the order form. Just trying to remember what the link is. rogerscott.com/97. So with True Trend Pro, it is a $97 for a month promotion. Let me show you guys what the order form looks like actually. Well, it looks like I still have a whole bunch of you in here. I can at least answer some questions you guys might have. All right, so, oh, yep, the only market anomaly that's held true since 1929. So it goes back quite a bit. And I can show you Roger's trade tracker as well if you guys would like. But so for 30 days of True Trend Pro, it's $97. You will also have a 6-month offer as well. And we have a year and we have a lifetime. Lifetime is, gosh, $991. So it is half the price of what the sale price that we normally do. And then it's about a third of the retail price. So it is an amazing deal. A lot of members made the money back within 1 or 2 trades, but this is all that you get. 4 trade alerts every single month, entry on Monday, and the exit criteria is sent right to you. And it looks like we're only running this for today. So 24 hours. I'm sure we'll probably extend it to tomorrow morning if anybody gets in a little bit late, but definitely until midnight tonight. $97. It is a 14-day money back guarantee. So you have 14 days, so about half, to decide if you like the program. So if you guys just want to get in today, see how you feel about it, give him a trade to, see how you feel, you are more than welcome to. Again, this is an amazing deal. We never offer it for this price. And same way, if you guys want to get lifetime for the $991, it is still a 14-day money back guarantee. And this is never offered for that cheap, especially with lifetime. Roger wants to get this to, I think he said $5,000 or $6,000 by the end of this year. So this is the cheapest. He will absolutely let us do this. And he was not a big fan of us selling it for 30 days for $97 to begin with. So definitely get in if you guys are interested. The link says that video is not available. Brian, drop your email and I will snag the link when it's ready and I can send it over to you. Yeah, just drop your email. Let me know you want the link. And when it's done, I will send you an email with it. It's working for me when I open it. Here, let me see if it lets me do a little bit of. Yeah, it's working just fine for me on the load. Obviously, it's having an issue loading because I'm streaming the exact same thing. It doesn't like watching what I'm, yep, there we are. Yeah, link is working just fine. Brian says, are we enrolled in True Trend? First trade was a profit. Yeah, let me actually show you guys real quick. Am I sharing my screen? I hope I am. Oh God, sorry. Let me know if you guys can't see my screen. Let's show you what True Trend Pro's tracker is. So I really do want to get you guys in on this ridiculously cheap offer because I know Roger, the second we can pull it, is going to pull it. He does not want it to be this cheap. He really does believe that this is worth $5,000, $6,000. And I mean, truthfully, it very much is. You can ask any of his members and they will tell you they definitely would pay that again. This is his tracker. He has a 80%. I cannot read. He has an 80% win rate. Yep, the trade tracker does go back to 2022 with 99 trades so far. So it's a relatively amazing rate for something that's that long. If you guys were here for the presentation, he did actually show the trade tracker as well. Yep, 80.61 run rate. Did I say 90? Like I said, COVID brain is really getting on me. Only 19 losers. And actually, let me kind of scroll for you guys just so you can see. As you can see, losers are not a very common thing with Roger right now, which honestly, all of his programs are the same. Roger Scott and losers in trades are very, very, very rare, as I'm sure any of you can attest to. Yep, it is a 1.62 profit factor, 4 days average hold time. I'm sorry, 4 days medium hold time, 9 average hold time, which I still feel he's holding these for a little bit less, but got some pretty awesome stats. Like I said, this is $97 only for today, it looks like. They'll probably extend it tomorrow because I'm literally on this call for so long. I'm gonna drop that link. This is one of those things where if you guys are just even curious and you can afford the $97, definitely do it. You can always upgrade at any point, but lifetime is definitely going to be a little bit more than what we're offering it right now. Right now, lifetime for this program is $991, but we also do have a 6-month and I want to say a 3-month as well, or just a 6-month. So you can also try it just for 6 months, see if you like it. As you've heard from a lot of people, they made their money back in the first trade because they got in for $97. Brian, the video does work. I just opened it. Like I said, when we're done streaming, I can send you an email with the video link as well on YouTube. You might be having some issues with it because it's still streaming on YouTube, but Michael said he had 9 out of 11 winners since he started in the fall. Yeah, it is an absolutely amazing program. And he's given you a 14-day back guarantee. So that's half the time to decide if you want to stay in it. ridiculously amazing program. Honestly, I would definitely recommend this one. And this is really great if you guys are a newer trader, mostly because one, the win rate is just so amazing, but also, I'm sorry, my voice just got a little nasally, but also you get his stock fetcher scanner, you get this amazing course on how to do options. So as you can see, options basic, making money in options, platform basics, how options work. This is so worth the $97. Michael says easy entry, easy out, very little effort. Again, historic hit list. You got all these master classes. And like I said, a lot of you guys may recognize Celeste Linman. This used to be one of her programs, and Roger was helping her with it. And then now Roger took over it when Celeste retired. And these are what the historic trades look like. So this is what you're seeing. As Michael said, it's a very easy in, easy out thing. You get fun little updates. You can actually see all the numbers. He mentions when he got failed, which I know a lot of our trades don't do. But very, very, very basic. It can be stocks or options. So again, if you guys are newer to trading or you're kind of like, do I really want to do this? This is an amazing promotion. I mean, he really wants us to raise the price of this. I think he said even on the call, he wants to do what, $5,000 by the end of this year, and then he wants to get to 10,000. So it is awesome. Like, he's not going to let us offer it for $97 a month anymore. He's also not going to let us offer lifetime for $991 anymore. So this is a definitely get in while you can. You have 14 days to decide on both if you would like it. But as you've heard from a lot of people, they've made their money back. They absolutely adore the program. Michael says it's super easy, mostly winners. Definitely one of those programs. I can go back to the order form too, just in case any of you guys want to see any of that stuff. Here, let me just kind of, actually, we can stop there so you guys can at least see everything there. And I can go back to the members area if you guys have any questions. And I still have my YouTube open as well in case anybody is answering any questions there. So I can kind of be here based on however long you guys want. All right, looks like we still have just over 100 people in here, and we have about 10 people on YouTube. Still kind of here for questions if you guys need it. Let's see. All have been simple call. Am I on mute? Sorry, I thought I muted myself by accident. Pulling a little bit of a lance here. All have been simple long call options for me. So tradable in a small non-margin account with no spreads. Yeah, this is very, very, very beginner friendly. This program was originally designed for beginners. So this is supposed to be like the very first program that you ever got if you were in trading. We used to put everyone who was like starting into it. And so it is a absolutely amazing program. It's designed to be very, very, very beginner friendly and very kind of easy to learn options, very easy to like get in. That's why you have the stock and the options. It's also very consistent. Like I said in there, what was the win rate? It was something crazy, like 80 point something. As you guys can see with his win rate, it's kind of killing it right now. So if this is even something that kind of interests you, absolutely get into it. Roger is not letting us get this promo ever again. It is such a good deal. Like, I cannot stress that enough. I'm not saying that just because I don't get commission or anything. This is like really a awesome program if you guys are new. Michael says his return has been 45%. That is amazing, Michael. Yeah, we don't get commission or anything on what we push, or at least I don't. This is genuinely like, if I was gonna recommend a service to someone who was getting started or had a small account, I would get them in this one. I recommended my friends to this one. It is absolutely amazing. Michael said, what's the temp in Michigan? It is freezing. Wind chill is like -2. It's 17 degrees right now. If you guys are new here, pretty much every call I give Greg a little weather report because Michigan gets very, very cold and everyone else is like in Florida. But no, wind chill is like -2 or -3, and it is 17 degrees here. So it's very, very, very lovely. I'm very much inside, not doing much. Michael says his returns were 45% or 450 on 1,000 per trade. Yet, like I said, this is such a beginner-friendly program. Definitely not saying this just because it really is one of those programs that if you guys are newer to trading, you get so many amazing resources. You get Roger, of all things, which is just him himself is an amazing resource. He will answer any question that you want. He goes live 2 or 3 times a day. You have his amazing win rate, all of his expertise. You have Matt with this as well, which, you know, Matt is just equally as amazing. You have Clyde, who is probably the most amazing out of everybody. You get this amazing scanner, which can't open that up because you guys will see it. You get 15 videos on how to do options. So again, if you are really new, these are very amazing, very thorough videos. We were going to update them to be more accurate, and then we watched them through and realized they're very intense and still very applicable. So these are very, very much updated. And anytime that we have a new report or something, we add it to here. You guys will get all and any updates. Michael, he is the best cat ever. In case you guys are wondering, Clyde is Roger's cat. He has multiple cats, but Clyde is he's the head trader around here. Clyde's the boss. We all listen to Clyde. Gets 7 master classes and special reports, which let me open up a special report. So you have, oh my gosh, did I know we had 4 of them? So we have the anatomy of a trade. And I'll go through these tomorrow just to make sure that everything is all good for you guys and easy to access. But you have the anatomy of a trade report. You have proof and process. If you guys are noticing there's a lag, it's just because I'm sharing. And so my computer is kind of doing a whole lot of things. You have hit lists and earnings dates. Oh, that one downloads as an Excel document. And then you have a supplemental as well to that. Really having that COVID right here. So you have an 8-page report as well. So for $97 is absolutely, you will definitely get your money's worth. And as I mentioned, a lot of people made the $97 back in the first trade. It is awesome. You guys can, let me go back to that just because I really love this. You guys can upgrade at any point, but this is going to be the best price we have. The 991 for lifetime is going to be the lowest lifetime really ever is. I don't know if we're going to be doing that ever again. I will take your email. I'll take your phone number in a second for his lifetime. I'll get that sent over to our team. Let me see what else we got. All right, so we got that. Let me check on YouTube. Looks like I still got a bunch of you guys hanging out on YouTube with us. Let me see how many of you guys are in this room still. So we still have 100 people hanging out in this room. And I definitely don't want you guys to be ignored or anything. So any questions you guys have, please, please let me know, and I can snag that, or you can send me an email and I can answer that there. See, I got some more emails for Discord. If you guys are asking for Chris's Discord, I will snag that. Once Chris sends it to me, I'll send you an email response with it. All right, I'll let you guys kind of hang out for the next 5 minutes or so. If there's a question, I will keep doing that. Otherwise, I will let you guys go for the night. But like I said, I don't mind hanging out here with any questions you guys have. Okay. And I can also show you guys Nathan's program as well, if anybody wants to see that again. I I handle a lot of Roger's stuff, so I know Roger's a little bit better. Okay, let's let's see, signed up for 1 month and added the 6 months. Not sure if it went through. Oh, Robert, what's your email? I'm not sure if I can see if your 6 month went through, but send me your email and I'll check with Caitlin to see if in the morning she can verify. If you are seeing that 297, it is definitely going to be it. Let me see if I can open that up though. I don't think I can see it on my end, but I am going to try. Otherwise, I'll have Caitlin look into it. Let's see if I can get in. Maybe no. Okay, so I cannot get in. I will have Caitlin look into it. Sorry about that. Looks like I got locked out of that account. That's on me for losing the password so many times. Oh, you have the receipt for the 97, but not the extra. Yeah, I'll have Caitlin check. I'm sorry, you guys can probably hear my typing. It is crazy loud. Let me see what else we got. Nate's 3-year subscription plan disappeared. Steven, do you mean for the overnight options? I know he sometimes offers a 3-year. I don't know exactly what it is, but if you drop your email or your phone number, I can have a member of Caitlin's team, which is our customer service sales team. They can reach out in the morning and see what's up with that. Okay, thank you. I will send that over as well. All right, guys, Caitlin said the team's going to be on it. And then Steven, I'm sending yours too. All right, Steven just sent that over. Let me take a quick YouTube break to see if any of our friends on YouTube have any questions. I think they're just kind of hanging out with us. Looks like the chat doesn't really have anything, but we still have people watching us. All right, so we have everyone's information. If you sent me your information, has all been sent over to Caitlin. Big Bros myself. All right, looks like the room is kind of dwindling down a little bit, so I'm just gonna get stuff ready to close out. But like I said, I'll just be hanging out for like 5 minutes or so. So if anybody wants to hang out.